Oh, I missed it. Freaking A. How do you know when to let something run and when to take profit? Real Dawn, I don't know, and I just take profit. And then you let it, if it runs, let it run, and you wait for the next setup. But you just don't know. If you feel like the market conditions are euphoric and you can bet your house that there's going to be a runner, you take half off and let half run. You usually see me empty about 75% of my position, and then that last 25% I'll play with. But you just don't know. Toby Keith died? see what we got here. Jeez. Morning. I don't know. Well, that fell off a cliff. Disney looks prime. Okay. Nice work, Blazing. 20 streak. Nice killer. 15. Well, 830 was a bust. So there's Vero still going. Jeez.
Hello from HK.
Let's go, Poutine. Morning, Seer. Look away for a friggin' second, it goes. I need to read this transcript. TNX is juicing. Could you explain how people use these graphs? Seen them before, but now I said. Yeah. Yeah, give me a second. So the candlestick's color depends on where it starts and where it finishes. So green means this is where it started, this is where it closed, and the wick is where it went in. The little wick here means it went up here but closed here. So that's each one of these is a minute. Each one of these over here is 5 minute. Each one of these is a day. So when I see a red candle, that means it started here, went down, and then closed here. Same thing with like this guy right here, right? Opened down here, went up, so makes it a green candle. Wicked up, came back down, and closed here. So gives us a visual of the movement of a stock. Yeah, 10x looks nasty good, but it's like $2 spread. I don't think I can touch it. Now chat rooms are playing up. Spread's tightened up. I was driving, messaging. Oh, sure. What is your GUR? Who has GUR? I don't have GUR. I have PLTR. That's up 20%. Markets are ripping. $10x ripping. Oh, that's for a freaking patent. This 10x is nuts. E-Trade has the float as 250,000. They do a recent reverse split, or is this one that's just always this low? 290,000? $291. Jeez. I mean, this is a freaking patent. As I say, once or twice a year, patent plays get hot. Was that a drummer? Well, PLTR should be an easy one to trade today. It's a big float, but it likes to move well. As long as this keeps up. Yeah, red buck today. Okay. It looked like they're interested in taking this wall out right away. Go. Right back up. Now take a piece out of it. There you go. Nickel and dime, nickel and dime. What's up, JJ? Yeah, Buzz, I still got it. A freaking 21% on it.
Woo.
What's up, Scranlin? So I just closed up half of it. 20% winner. I saw some was trying to get. Did you get filled? You've been trying to get in long term, haven't you? Scranlin, that's my swing account. This one is the main account, day trading. This is my swing account. FN. Yeah, SYM. I didn't look at that one. G. Oh, that just took off. It's just labeled Roth. I mean, it is a Roth, but I only swing trade in this account. Trying to get it over 25K so I could freaking day trade, but takes time. Takes time with a wounded man, 'cause it likes to heal. The same last earnings, yeah. And then it kind of just sold off. I feel like it's going to go test this line again. I mean, this is last earnings, right? Gap up and go. I feel like that was it. I'm trying to. I gotta listen to their call trend. The numbers. I was kind of shocked that the move went 20%. Just looking off the numbers, like I haven't read the transcript or listened to the earnings call, which I'm doing right now. I just don't know what they said that sent this thing to the moon. Did anyone catch it? You PLTR at 1680. Nice, Salt. Jeez. Did you get in right at the close yesterday? Grenland was their earnings reports. PLTR had earnings reports. Grenland. So I'll get to listen to the ER after thoughts in 10x. It's a low float. The news is ass. This is a decent setup though, boys. Chat rooms were pumping it. That's why I was moving. But if you get a cuck and go here, that would be pretty nice. Spreads suck. Maybe a 5-minute. You are getting price compression. I mean, he's up 100% on a freaking patent. So a little bit of horseshit area there. SeaWorld? Major partnership with SeaWorld? Is that what he said? Splash Bev. You're playing that 10x, John? Freaking animal. So else. This thing's mooning. What's up with this? 2K series demonstrate. Interesting. A lot of penny movers today. Going for it. All right, now I can listen to the earnings call.
Release, investor presentation, and SEC filings are available on our investor relations website at investors.palantir.com. Over the course of the call, we will refer to various growth rates when discussing our business. These rates reflect year-over-year comparisons unless otherwise stated. Joining me on today's call are Alex Karp, Chief Executive Officer, Shyam Sankar, Chief Technology Officer, Dave Glazer, Chief Financial Officer, and Ryan Taylor, Chief Revenue Officer and Chief Legal Officer. I'll now turn it over to Ryan to start the call.
2023 was a tremendous year of opportunity and growth for our company, with U.S. commercial at the forefront.
On your swing, when do you sell the PO? What's your plan on the swing like that? So I sold half, CBOS. So this kind of goes back to you don't know where it's going to go, right? I sold half at 2018 just a little bit ago, 10 minutes ago. 10x went.
TENX $20.20.
So all I can look at is resistance levels on the daily chart at this point. And we're at one right here. That's why I sold. And if you get over that, then you're looking at $22 and maybe the top of the channel. So we'll see. It's not held any move recently. Like every time that this gap up here, sell. It's been a hard to hold a move. However, it has done well after earnings. It's the only time it's really done well. Gap up and go. I don't know when the last earnings was, but anyway, you just never know. So you just got to take profit. If you think it's got wings, hold on to a piece. So I'm holding on to a piece right now. 10x broke the level I was looking at. Jeez. Do I have alerts? Not yet. I mean, I'm up 20% on it, so I'm nowhere near I'm up 21%. I'm nowhere near not being profitable on it, especially since I already took half off. So I made $600 on the half I took. This is leftovers. So I can not have to pay attention to it because I'm so green on it. Now, should I have a mental profit stop loss?
$22 now on TENX.
Yeah, I probably should.
VTRS UK CMA says launch of Theramex Viatris merger inquiry by notice to the parties. That's Victor Tango Romeo Sandy.
It's going to be NVIDIA for me. NVIDIA is absolutely insane, man. 500 to 700 in a month. But that is the reality. That's why I'm kind of swinging the heck out of AI.
WHR, South Africa's
AI,
Competition Tribunal conditionally approves merger whereby Beko Europe BV intends to acquire Whirlpool's MDA Morocco UAE business. That is Whiskey Hotel Romeo.
This thing's gotten beat up, hasn't it? For a patent. What a joke. So, yeah, going back to PLTR, all I can do is watch it, see how it acts. It's creeping up to a major resistance area. Yeah, 10x is going nuts. But hey, that's good. Even though I missed that, it just tells you the reverse split plays are probably on the table again. Anyway, back to PLTR.
Meaningfully driven by AIP as the product and boot camps as the go-to-market motion. We closed out the year with $608 million in fourth quarter revenue, representing 20% year over year and 9% sequential growth. Our commercial business surpassed $1 billion in revenue over the last 12 months, a noteworthy milestone. And our fourth quarter commercial revenue grew 32% year over year. AIP and boot camps are accelerating our business, particularly in U.S. commercial, where fourth quarter revenue grew 70% year over year, evidencing a significantly expanding addressable market. In October, we set a goal of executing 500 AIP boot camps within 1 year. We have already blown that goal out of the water, having completed more than 560 boot camps across 465 organizations to date. We are deploying AIP to implement hundreds of real, tangible use cases in production for our customers. One bootcamp attendee remarked, quote, "What your team did in just 2 days was incredible. We can already think of 100 use cases for this." While another said, quote, "seeing a significantly expanding addressable market." In October, we set a goal of executing 500 AIP bootcamps within 1 year. We have already blown that goal out of the water, having completed more than 560 bootcamps across 465 organizations to date. We are deploying AIP to implement hundreds of real, tangible use cases in production for our customers. One bootcamp attendee remarked, quote, "What your team did in just 2 days was incredible. We can already think of 100 use cases for this." While another said, quote, "It seems there are endless solutions. It seems there's nothing Palantir cannot do." When combining LLMs with Foundry through AIP, the ability to deploy use cases becomes much more widely accessible, so the addressable market expands considerably. We're seeing initial momentum as a result of that expansion, while also still being at the starting line in the journey to capture that market. In our U.S. commercial business, the expanding addressable market driven by AIP is propelling growth both through new customer acquisitions and expansions with existing customers. I've never before seen the level of customer enthusiasm and demand that we are currently seeing from AIP in U.S. commercial. With regard to new customer acquisition, The expanding addressable market is reflected in the greater scale of the top of our sales funnel. And now we're doubling down on how we're converting boot camps to enterprise deals. We're already seeing evidence of boot camps helping to significantly compress sales cycles and accelerate the rate of new customer acquisition, which rose to 22% sequentially for U.S. commercial in Q4 versus 12% and 4% in Q3 and Q2, respectively. And we more than doubled the number of U.S. commercial deals with TCV of $1 million or more from the fourth quarter in 2022 to 2023. We're also seeing a meaningful increase in our U.S. commercial TCV on a dollar-weighted duration basis, which is up 107% year over year and 42% sequentially. We signed a multitude of U.S. commercial deals last quarter. Just to name a few, we signed deals over $25 million each
CVNA,
with one of the
Carvana
largest
popping
car
to the
rental
highs now,
companies,
Charlie Victor,
one of the
November
largest
Alpha.
telecommunication companies,
PRSO,
and one of the
Peraso
largest
pricing
pharmaceutical
their
and
$4 million
biotechnology corporations in the world.
offering.
And then we also signed
Papa
deals
Romeo
over $10
Sandy
million
Oscar,
each with an American consumer packaged goods holding company, an American automotive seat and electrical systems
480,000
manufacturer, a
shares,
comprehensive health network in the Midwest,
and
a
warrants to
large-scale battery
purchase up to
manufacturer.
1.425
In addition,
4 million
we signed deals
shares.
over $5 million each with an American
Series
bank
A
holding
warrants to
company,
purchase up to
a horse
3.8
racing
million
regulatory
shares, Series B up to
organization,
3.8 million shares.
one of the world's largest equipment rental companies, and one of the largest independent nonprofit cooperatives in the
for
quick
the offering
service restaurant industry.
$2.10. That's
And these are
PRSO.
just a
Knock
few
something
of the
usually up
examples.
this early. Yesterday
Out of
was
these
just a fluke.
deals,
I missed my
we're
alarm.
seeing several archetypes emerge as a result of AIP. First is the new customer who attends a boot camp and signs an enterprise contract shortly after. For instance, an American cable television provider signed a nearly $3 million deal following cold outreach on LinkedIn that led to a 5-day boot camp, then an enterprise agreement, all in the span of last quarter. Then there's AIP-driven conversions of ongoing pilots. Following a 2-year prospecting effort, a large American consumer packaged goods holding company agreed to a pilot, during which AIP was also introduced, then converted in December to a 5-year, $19 million contract. Then also, there's AIP-driven expansions in key existing accounts, including one of the world's largest telecommunication companies, where we demonstrated speed to value at boot camps by delivering new use cases on top of the existing ontology in as little as 24 hours, with the results contributing to an agreement for a multi-million-dollar expansion of our existing contract. Within our international commercial business, AIP is solidifying
PRSO
our
hitting
long-standing
a low of
partnerships with
$1.29.
existing
That's Papa Romeo
customers,
Sandy Oscar
particularly in continental Europe, while also driving
ZYXI,
pockets of
Zynex
growth
receives
in
FDA
select
clearance
markets.
for next generation
This includes the renewal of our
NMES
long-standing
device, that's
partnership with
Yankee X-ray
Novartis,
India, ZYXI,
a 5-year renewal with one of the largest European
LCTX,
vehicle
Lineage
manufacturers,
Cell
and a 5-year
Therapeutics announced
renewal.
$14 million registered direct offering. Lima Charlie Tango X-ray, LCTX. ZENV, Zenvia announcing agreements to address funding gap. That's Zulu Echo November Victor, ZENV.
9:15 news? It's going to be a hot day, isn't it?
In addition to boot camps, we are deepening distribution channels to more rapidly seize opportunities in certain regions, including Japan. In Q4, we expanded and extended our partnership with Fujitsu to enable them to bring AIP and data integration capabilities to their global client base. We also signed an expansion with Sampo Care to enable delivery of their real data platform to nursing homes and elder care facilities. Both of these reflected a culmination of months-long efforts prior to deal closing. In our government business, we are actively engaged across all theaters of crisis and conflict. The strength of our U.S. government business is not reflected in the fourth quarter results, which remain muted. Some of this is due to the continuing resolution and timing of large potential contract awards, but it's also a function of the department's pace of scaling their AI and software efforts to match the realities of modern combat, particularly with JADC2. The department is responding to great power competition by ramping up investments in America's unique strength, software. We are focused on deploying on the battlefield and in large programs related to JADC2, combined with our rollout of Mission Manager and the First Breakfast initiatives, which is driving innovation in our engagement model with the government and the defense industrial base. The Army has publicly indicated they anticipate down selection to a single vendor for the next phase of Titan to occur in Q2 of 2024. We also announced the extension of our partnership with the Army to continue operating and enhancing the Army Vantage platform, which is used for data-driven operations and decision-making. We will continue to onboard partners and demonstrate the value of Mission Manager during this option year to deliver on the Army's multi-vendor ecosystem vision. On the strength of our work on the ground and our software that actually works, we expect re-acceleration of our U.S. government business in 2024. Conventional wisdom is that government acquisitions are slow, and that you need to invest in the programs that the government is buying in a 2 to 3 year acquisition cycle. And that's what programs like CD1, AIDP, Vantage, and Titan look like. But our business has also been driven by urgent acquisitions to meet emergent needs that we predicted and invested in years ahead of time. As the U.S. confronts conflict in 3 theaters, and as all services seek rapid capabilities to meet those moments, we see substantial opportunity across the department. Turning to our international government business, we are incredibly honored that the NHS chose Palantir to help deliver a federated data platform, awarding us a consumption-based contract with £330 million allocated to improve patient care by bringing together the information needed to plan and deliver care while reducing administrative burden. Over the past few years, an increasing number of NHS trusts have used the software to reduce the care backlog. For example, at Chelsea and Westminster NHS Foundation Trust, it helped bring down the inpatient waiting list by 28%, and operations canceled on the day due to missed preoperative assessments subsequently fell by half. In the fourth quarter, we also received funding from a partner nation related to our ongoing efforts in Eastern Europe, which had a substantial impact on our international government results. Recent world events and global conflicts illustrate the utmost importance of Palantir's mission. It's our duty to uphold our founding principles through our continued dedication to our allies in the midst of current events. We don't take this lightly. Last month, we held our board meeting in Tel Aviv, where I saw firsthand our commitment to and support for Israel. While there, we were proud to announce our strategic partnership to supply the Israeli Defense Ministry with technology to aid in addressing the current situation in Israel. My experience there was a humbling reminder of the role we play and the responsibility that we hold. Reflecting on 2023, we feel immense pride in the missions we are supporting and in our role shepherding our customers.
MULN, Bollinger announcing Bollinger Motors receives IRS approval for $40,000 commercial
This ongoing
EV
transformation
tax
isn't
credit.
just limited
That's
to our
Michael,
customers.
Uniform Lima
I'm
November.
proud of the incredible
MULN.
transformation of our enterprise in 2023, and I'm excited about what it will bring in 2024 as we conquer the expanding
Watch this
market.
MULN, watch this bid
I'll now
walk
turn
up.
it over to Sean.
Thanks, Ryan. As Ryan mentioned, the expanding addressable market driven by AIP is propelling growth both through new
Shares
customer
of Mullen
acquisitions
spiking to a high of
and expansions with existing
$7.59
customers.
on that, press
We
release,
continue to focus
MULN.
on accelerating the rate of boot camps with current and prospective customers. From customer feedback, the AI platform meets this moment like none other. AI has radically recalibrated customer expectations for software. Expectations that AIP and Foundry exceed by enabling the elegant integration of humans, software, and AI to deliver operational outcomes quickly. We are focused on the end-to-end problem of value creation, not a small, narrow technical slice. Accordingly, our platforms focus on tools, not tuning, on transforming business processes, not seeking iotas of insight. AIP is the AI-powered operating system for the enterprise, not a Q&A bot, not an agent framework, not a way to dabble, but a way to deliver. At a recent 2-day boot camp with a construction and engineering and architecture company, our customer developed a production-ready use case that provided $10 million of savings. They used AIP to build an AI-powered disruption manager application that processes production disruption notifications through AIP logic to determine what the best new production plan would be. AIP, wielding a linear optimizer as a tool and using LLMs to parameterize and contextualize the disruption, translates the notification to a clear understanding of impact on the optimized schedule. AIP Logic and AIP Automate then rerun the optimizer to generate opportunities to respond to the disruption. 2 days, $10 million. We have covered nearly 200 use
SR,
cases coming out of all these boot camps, and we are just getting started. The core theory of value that has driven our product strategy for time eternal is data integration. That bringing new data into an operationally relevant context to expand the complexity, nuance, and surface area of decision-making always produces value. AIP enables us to integrate so many types of new data: video conferences, incident response calls, Slack rooms, PDFs, images, video, audio, and exploit them through the power of LLMs and ontology. So much of what data defines a process is not actually in the system that runs that process, but instead in conversations, conference calls, videos of the factory floor, or images of a site. What's in the enterprise process system is a lossy, latent representation of this reality. Our software always exploited that phenomenon, that the truth is out there, not in your ERP system or that blessed application. With AIP, we are investing in multimodal approaches to compound on this proven value driver and expand the addressable market of use cases within the enterprise. As I've said before, with AI and LLMs, you can't think your way through it. You have to get your hands dirty and work in anger to get use cases into production. In AIP, we have built a platform to deliver proof, not just proofs of concept, to our customers. And boot camps are the way to flex that strength. At AIPCon 3, we will have many customers on stage showing you their great work. Come taste the pudding. Turning to government, Palantir is experiencing its own Amazon.com to AWS moment, taking exquisite first-party technology that supports the largest scale defense tech player and making it available for third parties to build on and with. Gotham, Gaia, Meta Constellation, this is our software. Less well understood and now being commercialized is our software infrastructure. Platforms like Apollo, the capabilities that we had to build over 20 years to enable hundreds of dev teams to independently release 2,500 products and services
when the market
to
opens
nearly
up.
1,000 customer environments, including about 100 air-gapped environments.
Is this what you were talking about,
90,000 upgrades a week. This infrastructure abstracts away supply chain security, environment heterogeneity, and infrastructure so that developers can be operationally responsible for their services across it all, so they can focus on delivering innovation to the warfighter. And that's exactly why the Palantir Government Web Services offering is so compelling. $100 billion has been invested by venture capitalists into defense tech since 2021. These companies want to compete on quality, not beating back bureaucracy. Government Web Services creates a capital and time-efficient way to unlock market access for new entrants and incumbents alike. But even beyond defense tech companies, an extended set of these capabilities that
probably after the market slows down. What old world?
1 minute to the U.S. market open.
Note to new and existing members, disclaimers posted in the High Beta Squad chat room.
All right, let's get after it. Good luck today, everybody. And watch out the open. It's going to be Palantir. It's a good mover. Could take decent size with it.
U.S. markets are open. Shares of NVIDIA pulling back a bit after the open now. S&P 500 up 10.52 after the open. Dow up 17.63. NASDAQ up 45.48.
Jeez, look at that freaking volume. We're like doing a million every 10 seconds. Oh, gosh.
FBLG Fibrobiologics announcing 3 Japanese patents on fibroblast technology. Foxtrot Bravo Lima Golf. FBLG.
I don't even know where the price is. I guess it's where this is showing. Yeah, this has got to be the chart can't keep up. Look how far behind the
NVIB
chart
share
is.
is popping here. November Victor, India Victor.
This is like 30 seconds behind. The clock is at 31:40 and it just created the one minute candle
56
here.
cents on NVIV and Vivo Therapeutics.
Let's see if 20 holds. That's kind of the line in the sand.
Company on February 1st had filed for relief under Chapter 11.
I can't look at
That's
this. It's
NVIV.
lagging so hard. It lags so hard. Broke my charts. It broke my freaking charts. Now I have permanent PLTR.
SRM Entertainment, $2.65 at the high. Sandy Romeo Michael.
I gotta restart. This is fantastic. GRRR moving up.
COHR Coherent, 59.86 now at the highs. Shares are up about 19.5% on COHR. Company had their earnings out after the close yesterday. That's Charlie Oscar Hotel Romeo, COHR. PINC, Premier Inc. Share is falling here. Papa Indy, November Charlie halted on a circuit breaker, down now. NVIV, in Vivo, more highs now, 58 cents.
HSDT. TWAC, red to green. Real nice red to green. Watch for continuation of that one. Wish I could play it right freaking now, but I'm too busy waiting for my program to start. It's a nice red to green. Real nice. They say in a bad luck.
HSDT, Peleus Medical getting a pop here on heavy volume now. Hotel Sandy Delta Tango shares up 30% off the earlier pre-market highs. Company announced alignment with the FDA on its program to treat stroke patients. That is HSDT.
All right.
BA Boeing National Transportation Safety Board to release preliminary report on Tuesday on Boeing 737 MAX 9 cabin incident. Emergency incident. That's BA Boeing.
That's today?
Bravo Alpha.
Or next Tuesday? Arrow, let's go, bud. Welcome aboard. Anyone know if that's today or next Tuesday? Wow. Oh, wait. What's today? Yeah, today's Tuesday. Tuesday. When is that going to be? What time? Oh, that'll move Boeing big time, boys. That'll move Boeing big time. We just don't know which way yet. We will be paying attention to that one. Okay, let's try to find some here. TWAC 1 minute.
AGFY share is moving again. Alpha Golf Foxtrot Yankee shares
This is a nice 1 minute. It paid out well.
company earlier announcing a milestone on their PX30 hydrocarbon extraction system installation in Michigan. That's Alpha Golf Foxtrot Yankee.
Surprised I gave it all back. That was decent news.
CHH and TSLA Choice Hotels to offer access to Tesla EV charging stations at participating hotels. That's Charlie Hotel and Tango Sandy Lima Alpha TSLA.
PLTR with a W. Sorts of
NVIV and Vivo shares continuing now 65 cents, up 175%. That's November Victor, India Victor.
JSPR. PLTR back to the highs. Kind of a big level is 2030. Bitcoin plays popping a little bit. Jeez. The chart can't keep up with price action. It's probably just dicked my chart. Yep. There's so much volume on it. I can't. Look, this is AS and it's still in PLTR. Oh, switched? Thank you so much. Yeah, it totally does. It's totally lagged. RVSN, GRRR. KYI. Not do anything off the list. FM. Jeez. Palantirs, Noonan. It's a nice little 1 minute there. Missed it. Freaking boom shakalaka. So it looks like if you remember the wedge that I drew on the daily chart of this thing, it's headed that way to the top of that wedge. MULN. Maybe. Almost one of those where I'd rather watch it break and then see if it does anything. Nice 1 minute there. Carvana, is this a little bit of a wedge break? It's only a 2-pointer. Palantir, almost at 21 now. Jeez, I wish I could trade it. E-turd. It's like the one thing that's moving well. Tesla strong. Is it really? Wow. Looks like Kathy decided to hit the buy button this morning. Yeah, I can't trade because of the lag. It's insane.
Cause I am the Mega T Max Zaddy.
Let's go, Papa Sig. 27 months. Let's go, bud. Palette. Jeez. Nog, please. Nog is only a celebration drink there, cheese. Y10. That was a nice little move. I'm really shocked this isn't going on that news. Well, I missed 10x this morning. I can't trade PLTR because it'll break my platform, my quality platform. Is AI moving in sympathy? Okay, maybe I can play some AI. It's been a hot minute since I played this sucker. Talked about maybe AI is a sympathy to PLTR. They both haven't moved much in the AI space. Palantir is getting its due now. No, Skrinlin, there's so much volume it's lagging my platform when I pull it up. Needs to calm its tits down for a second. DWIC is getting nuked. Jeez. YTEN 1 minute. See, accuse. Oh, that's a chart I really liked. The Disney Daily. Look at the price compression on the daily on PayPal. That's a nice chart. Put that on the watch list. I don't know if it goes today, but I wouldn't be surprised if you start hearing headlines on it to push it one way or the other. YTEN moving. Oh, wait. PayPal's earnings tomorrow. Okay. That makes sense then. Back off because it. I'm an asshole. Jeez. Soils, when do you actually do work for that company that you work for? Yeah. PLTR. Looks like it's going to juice high day again. Yep. Let me see if I pull it up now. $15, $16, $17. It's trying. I want to see if I can actually trade it. Let's see. Buy. Sell. Okay. The orders went through clean. 2 million shares a freaking minute. Holy jeez. Boeing popped. It's interesting to see Boeing moving a direction right now. And without a blip. Well, I guess so, with 2 million shares a minute. Jeez. haters list. MULN, now you're starting to go. Okay, here's that Disney break we were just talking about. With volume. Activist investor, huh? And it can't move. Activist investor, huh? Somehow there's 200,000 shares that were eaten. No problemo. That lady in the box is incoming. MULN cock and go with potential. Lady in the, what the hell? The shit box. I still don't know what lady you're talking about. Shocker, I know. I know, cheese. You said something I don't understand. First go. Activist chatter and it's going down. Okay. AGFY. Nice moves. Let me put that on the list. The headlines, lady in the shit box. I'm trying. Jesus. Oh, gosh. DWAC. Pretty nice bounce so far. Let's see if this has calmed down a little bit. I think PLTR has more to give. I think PLTR is headed towards 22. And then probably beyond. But first, you got to get over that hump. My guess is the top of this channel. Tighten it up a little bit. Maybe 23. AGFY, nice 1 minute. Not gonna get it in time. PRPO. Is this holding? Is it holding? Wow, halted. Okay. SEC. When can we get the NVTA news? What NVTA? Huh? I don't know what you're talking about. Why is everyone speaking in tongues today? For God's sakes, I don't understand what you all are saying. Sorry, Google, I apologize. Excuse me. I don't understand what the hell anyone's saying today. Just sitting here trying to find a freaking trade. PRPO will watch out of the halt. Like, what the hell is chat on today, dude? The hell is chat on? All right, PRPO. What are you going to do here? 0528, so 40 seconds. Going, yeah. Ten, 10 seconds. Nope. Oh shit. I did not want $7. And nope. Okay. That's fantastic. Oh, good fill on the exit. Oh, that's what I was afraid of. This thing's a million share float or million shares outstanding. Good God. Dollar spread? Really? Okay. God. Did you just really put this freaking lightsaber doing the anime chick? Well played, but jeez. Yeah, the volume is wicked light for the news. This is a former runner too. I'm surprised it isn't moving on the news. Maybe it will later. They'll keep it on watch. I definitely don't like these spreads. What is chat on today? MULN 5-minute AA. AI 5-minute here. That was a nice level break. We'll watch this one. Jeez, good man. Let's go, bud. Congrats. All right, I'm going to put the earnings call back on. Things have kind of slowed down enough.
Delivering the capabilities that we have heard
PLTR's
all government
earnings.
PMs asking for. Program offices want to pursue multi-vendor, Big Tent ecosystem acquisition strategies with government-owned and managed interfaces. The typical way to pursue this is with a systems integrator, where they are managed
So I'm trying to listen. I don't normally listen to earnings calls, but this one I'm kind of shocked of the move, and I'm trying to understand the move. The only thing I can catch is their boot camps are already up or met their goals for the year in the first quarter. It's all I've caught so far that can justify this move.
The integration with
Certainly wasn't
billable
the
hours
top and bottom
constrained
line.
by humans. At Palantir, we do this with software as a software integrator. We see a more significant market opportunity in Mission Manager and government web services over the long term than in C2, Intel, and data platforms alone. We have already launched Mission Manager projects, starting with the U.S. Army, a customer whose needs and feedback have heavily shaped this offering. We continue to invest in relationships with the defense industrial base to help them bend metal more profitably and efficiently. In their earnings calls, America's Prime signaled that they're pulling back from getting substantially burned on firm fixed-price contracts. This is a giant step in the wrong direction for America. So we want to lean in and help them
Palantir,
optimize
more
their
highs now,
supply chains, their
PLTR.
production plans, quality, and overall delivery against these contracts
you
that have
on crack
enormous
cocaine.
opportunity
Now
to generate
21.20.
margin for them.
Okay.
But we are
PLTR.
also working aggressively
new
with new
highs.
entrants to start with Foundry as their production software from day zero. M-Day was yesterday. We have no time to waste to mobilize America's industrial base to ramp production. Finally, our products could not be playing a more central role for real-world events. Our AI-enabled platforms are being leveraged maximally to support key U.S. government goals in the Middle East. We have surged support to Israel to enable the Israeli Defense Forces and intelligence services to leverage Gaia, Gotham, Foundry, and AIP to tackle a growing list of use cases from tactical command and control, visual intelligence, forensics, readiness, and production. At the same time, great power competition with China remains top of mind as we continue to invest in moving more of Palantir's mass west of the international date line. And we continue to support Ukraine's efforts directly and through allies. When the bat signal goes up, Palantir's Gotham platform and its family of products have always answered the call. At the same time, monetization of these efforts will take time. The principal reason is that the DoD is at the very beginning of a long-term allocation shift from hardware to software. For example, the Army is spending a mere 0.015% of its budget on command and control software in fiscal year 24. But as we confront crisis and conflict in 3 theaters, this is changing. Growth is being driven by the incredible dynamism of the U.S. commercial market, and U.S. government will follow. With that, I'll hand it over to Dave to talk us through the financials.
Thanks, Sean. We had an exceptionally strong fourth quarter, marked by our outperformance across revenue, profitability, and cash flow. Revenue growth
Ticker
accelerated to
NYCB,
20%
the
year-over-year
number
in
Yankee
Q4
Charlie Bravo.
on the back of our U.S.
Shares
commercial
hit
business,
10%.
which alone grew 70% year-over-year, a result driven by our momentum in AIP. Adjusted operating
Company
margin
SSR.
continued to expand to 34% in the fourth quarter, highlighting the strong unit economics of our business. We beat the high end of our guidance range on both revenue and adjusted operating margin, driving an 800 basis point sequential increase to our Rule of 40 score from 46 in the third quarter to 54 in the fourth quarter. We also delivered our 5th consecutive quarter of GAAP profitability. In 2023,
CRPO.
we generated $210 million of GAAP net income, a $584 million increase from 2022. In the fourth quarter alone, we generated nearly $100 million in GAAP net income. We also delivered our 4th consecutive quarter of GAAP operating profit, generating $120 million of GAAP operating income in 2023, a $281 million increase year-over-year. Our GAAP operating profit accelerated in each quarter of last year, and in the fourth quarter alone, GAAP operating income increased 65% sequentially to $66 million, our highest quarter ever of GAAP operating income. We generated over $300 million in adjusted free cash flow in the fourth quarter, representing a margin of 50%, and over $730 million of adjusted free cash flow for the full year. Turning to our global top-line results. Fourth quarter revenue accelerated to $608 million, up 20% year-over-year and 9% sequentially. We generated $2.23 billion of revenue in 2023, representing a growth rate of 17% year-over-year. We generated $1.38 billion in total U.S. revenue in 2023, representing a growth rate of 19% year-over-year. Excluding the impact of revenue from strategic commercial contracts, fourth quarter revenue grew 20% year-over-year and 8% sequentially, and full-year revenue grew 20% year-over-year. Customer count grew 35% year-over-year and 10% sequentially to 497 customers. Revenue from our largest customers continues to expand. Fourth quarter trailing 12-month revenue from our top 20 customers increased 11% year-over-year to $55 million per customer. Now moving to our commercial segment. Fourth quarter commercial revenue grew 32% year-over-year and 13% sequentially to $284 million. Full-year commercial revenue grew 20% year-over-year to over $1 billion, surpassing the billion-dollar mark for the first time. Excluding the impact from strategic commercial contracts, fourth quarter commercial revenue grew 35% year-over-year and 12% sequentially, and full-year commercial revenue grew 28% year-over-year. Fourth quarter commercial TCV booked was $699 million, our highest commercial TCV quarter in the company's history, representing 156% growth year-over-year and 74% growth sequentially. Last quarter, our U.S. commercial business saw rapid acceleration and unprecedented demand. Fourth quarter U.S. commercial revenue grew 70% year-over-year and 12% sequentially to $131 million. Full-year U.S. commercial revenue grew 36% year-over-year to $457 million. Excluding revenue from strategic commercial contracts, fourth quarter U.S. commercial revenue grew 71% year-over-year and 8% sequentially, and full-year U.S. commercial revenue grew 52% year-over-year. Our momentum in AIP is driving both new customer conversions and existing customer expansions. The transformation that AIP is having on our business is best highlighted in our U.S. commercial bookings and backlog. In the fourth quarter, we booked $343 million of U.S. commercial TCV, representing 107% growth year-over-year on a dollar-weighted duration basis. Total remaining deal value in our U.S. commercial business grew 32% year-over-year and 28% sequentially. Our U.S. commercial customer count grew to 221 customers, reflecting 55% growth year-over-year and 22% growth sequentially. Fourth quarter international commercial revenue grew 11% year-over-year and 14% sequentially to $154 million as we continue to capitalize on targeted growth opportunities in Asia, the Middle East, and beyond. As Ryan mentioned, we've been capturing value and footprint from AIP momentum, and two examples are from our work with Fujitsu and Sompo. These customers have been using AIP for months prior to the deal's closing, resulting in some revenue catch-up last quarter. Full-year international commercial revenue grew 9% year-over-year to $546 million. Revenue from strategic commercial contracts was $20 million for the quarter. We anticipate first quarter 2024 revenue from these customers to decline to between $14 to $16 million compared to $33 million in the first quarter of 2023. We anticipate 2024 revenue from these customers to decline to approximately 2% of full-year revenue compared to approximately 4% of revenue in 2023. Shifting to our government segment. Fourth quarter government revenue grew 11% year-over-year and 5% sequentially to $324 million. Full-year government revenue grew 14% year-over-year to $1.22 billion. Fourth quarter U.S. government revenue grew 6% year-over-year and 3% sequentially to $237 million. Full-year U.S. government revenue grew 11% year-over-year to $921 million. As Ryan mentioned, while our fourth quarter U.S. government results are muted due to the timing of larger contract awards, we expect our U.S. government business to re-accelerate in 2024. Fourth quarter international government revenue grew 27% year-over-year and 11% sequentially to $87 million, bolstered by our work in healthcare and defense. This included the receipt of funding from a partner nation related to our ongoing efforts in Eastern Europe, which resulted in a revenue catch-up for the quarter. Full-year international government revenue grew 23% year-over-year to $301 million. We had an outstanding quarter of bookings. Fourth quarter TCV booked was $1.15 billion,
Are we green again?
192% year-over-year and 38% sequentially. Net dollar retention was 108%, an increase of 100 basis points from last quarter.
5-minute building.
Net dollar retention does not include revenue from new customers that we acquired in the past 12 months and therefore does not yet fully capture the acceleration in our U.S. commercial business. We ended the fourth quarter with $3.9 billion in total remaining deal value, an increase of 5% sequentially, and $1.2 billion in remaining performance obligations, an increase of 28% year-over-year and 26% sequentially.
Ticker AI Alpha India shares seeing continued activity, new highs for AI.
News on
Does not take into
NYCB?
account contracts with an initial term of less than 12 months and contractual obligations that fall beyond termination for convenience clauses, both of which are common in most of our government business. Turning to margin and expense. Adjusted gross margin, which excludes stock-based compensation expense, was 84% for the quarter and 82% for the year. Adjusted income for operations, which excludes stock-based compensation expense and related employer payroll taxes, was $209 million, representing an adjusted operating margin of 34% and marking the fifth consecutive quarter of expanding adjusted operating margins. Full-year adjusted income for operations was $633 million, representing a margin of 28% and 600 basis point increase compared to 2022.
AI ripping.
Q4 adjusted expense was $399 million, up 1% sequentially and up 1% year over year. Full-year adjusted expense was $1.6 billion,
well,
up
we're
7%
already up to
year-over-year.
22. Or this,
our bottom line outperformance in 2023
level we were talking
has
about
positioned us to be able to escalate investment and resources to AIP.
Push past that.
As a result, we expect expenses to increase in Q1, but remain focused on calibrating expense growth below revenue growth for the full year in order to continue delivering on our goals of sustained GAAP profitability and operating income. In the fourth quarter, we generated GAAP operating income of $66 million, representing an 11% margin, our fourth consecutive quarter of GAAP operating income. Full-year GAAP operating income was $120 million. We generated fourth quarter GAAP net income of $93 million, representing a 15% margin, our fifth consecutive quarter of GAAP profitability. Full-year GAAP net income was $210 million. Fourth quarter adjusted earnings per share was 8 cents, and GAAP earnings per share was 4 cents. Full-year adjusted earnings per share was 25 cents, and GAAP earnings per share was 9 cents.
AI with a pullback.
Additionally, our combined revenue growth and adjusted operating margin accelerated.
No ticker HPE, Hotel Papa Echo, note
and 800 basis
HPE is still the Believe computer that the data being offered was obtained in a test environment and credentials cannot be used in production.
Of top and bottom line performance.
That was an earlier note of HPE.
Turning to our cash flow. In the fourth quarter, we generated $301 million in cash from operations and $305 million in adjusted free cash flow, both representing a margin of 50%. In 2023, we generated $712 million in cash flow from operations and $731 million in adjusted free cash flow.
Down by law. That one's a little weird to me.
With $3.7 billion in cash, cash equivalents, and short-term U.S. Treasury securities. We retain access to additional liquidity
still
up to
billing down
$500
that
million
5
through our
minute.
revolving credit facility, which remains entirely undrawn.
Really, really light volume, though.
Now turning to our outlook. For Q1 2024, we expect revenue of between $612 and $616 million, adjusted income from operations of between $196 and $200 million. For full year 2024, we expect revenue of between $2.652 and $2.668 billion, U.S. commercial revenue in excess of $640 million, representing a growth rate of at least 40%, adjusted income from operations of between $834 and $850 million, adjusted free cash flow of between $800 million and $1 billion, GAAP operating income and net income in each quarter of this year. With that, I'll turn it over to Alex.
That sounds a lot better than a lot of other
we'll kick off the Q&A.
growth companies.
Jeez. Welcome to our
Let
earnings.
it juice.
Let it juice. Really so much to say. Obviously, our performance in U.S. commercial is extraordinary. Some would say bombastic. The numbers that just fly off
the last bit I was listening to
the screen are the 70% year-on-year growth in Q4. The numbers that I almost had to turn the page when I saw them were the 100 and over 100 contracts, over $1 million, 37 over 5 and 21.
I figure Carvana shares seeing continued activity, new highs for Carvana. Charlie Victor, November
It's almost inconceivable to do that many contracts.
3 letters,
given the
throwing
way
it out
our
there.
Product used to be, and so what you see is a convergence of our product being easier to use, an augmentation of its charisma, both driven by developments in AI, large language models, which make the product approachable Foundry to the broader market. You also see just this enormous demand and our ability to meet that demand with a new piloting approach that we call boot camp. So we went 2 years ago, we did 92 pilots. And last year, really mostly the second half of the year, we did over 500 boot camps. I go around the country now telling CEOs, CTOs, and really whoever has $1 million to buy our product and transform their enterprise, take everything you've done in AI since you started, put your best people on it, and we're going to show up at any time you want, and we're going to run your data at a boot camp for 10 hours. And then you compare your self-pleasuring to our operationally relevant, commercially valuable,
He didn't just say that.
Critical to your enterprise people on it, and we're going to show up at any time you want, and we're going to run your data at a boot camp for 10 hours. And then you compare your self-pleasuring to our operationally relevant, commercially valuable, critical to your enterprise results. Our 10 hours, your 10 months. Any products you want, any vendor you want,
Same
any
good,
hyperscaler you
same
want,
good
you
banana.
pick them. We'll show up. The reaction to this, because what America has obviously realized is this is real. But if you took the total number of people, total number of enterprises that are doing AI of any kind, including algebra, and said it would be probably less than the 300. We have 300 customers that are creating operational results using our AIP product. Operational meaning, define it how you want. I'm defining it as they'll pay $1 million or more for it. So it's real. And we're doing this at a scale and pace that is inconceivable for Palantir up until recently.
Probably they're googly. I wouldn't debate you on that one.
And you just have number after number after number, interface after interface. There are some caveats. Europe has decided that they are not going to engage in this revolution. There are other caveats for our society. I don't want to spend too much time on that, but the winners are going to win more. This is a revolution for incumbents that have distribution and already strong products.
That's deep. The winners are going to win more.
Which is why we're massively outperforming. There's some caveats for us internally. We're having to rebuild the whole system, our whole company, to deal with this demand. We have a latent, nascent sales force that has put its tiny toe in the water and has noticed it can move around. We have to build that into a strong, aggressive machine. There's some positive caveats. We're doing this our way. We are proud of our work on the front. We are proud that we support the U.S. We are proud that we support the U.S. military. We are proud to have an operational, crucial role in Ukraine. And I am exceedingly proud that after October 7th, within weeks, we are on the ground, and we are involved in operationally crucial operations in Israel. I know of no other software company in the world that has been engaged by Ukraine and Israel, or in general, I'm not sure they have bought software from any other company at our scale.
It's just
These
audio.
are momentous
There's no video.
Events built on the back
Secretary
of
Yellen,
Why you keep putting
a
your name in
20-year
capital
assumption
letters?
Identify
that
gaps in digital
software
asset
would
regulation
define
where it would
our
be
reality. The winners would be those that
helpful for
understood
Congress to act.
software, rejecting linear, narrow, sales-driven software, Frankenstein monster infrastructures that have been so historically popular for investment in Silicon Valley, rejecting sophism as not only an approach to business, meaning I only say what I believe if it doesn't matter, or I never say what I believe. Those assumptions have seeped into our products, whether they're a military product or their Foundry, our Ontology, or our AIP. They also, by the way, for those listening who think our strategy is crazy, many of your best people are applying to Palantir now. So while we may be crazy, we are being bombarded by people who want to work at this company. Bombarded. I cannot, a day does not go by where I'm not getting a call, an email, 50 attempts to get into our company. We are white hot in recruiting. We're a 20-year company with the strongest recruiting I've ever seen from a company that's historically had the strongest recruiting and the most competitive environment in the world, Silicon Valley. That is because we stand behind our values and because we intend to win with those values, which we're proving. So this was an extraordinary extraordinary
Yellen
last
said,
year.
"But
We
welcome effort
also
by
took care
Congress
of
to
making sure
create
we're aligned internally on comp. We are
regulatory
streamlining our
framework to
events,
address risk to
the
financial
way we
system
go to
from
market.
stable coins."
And I would also say, from the perspective as
That's Treasury Secretary Yellen,
the leader of our movement, nominally called the CEO of our company, we have never been this aligned internally. We are a company that engages the most talented, interesting, and difficult people in the world. Some of them are at this table, and there has never been a time where we have been this
can't find a trade this
motivated. This
Ticker CNSP, Charlie
this
November,
proud
Sandy
of our
Papa,
company
shares
and our
seeing a spike in
accomplishments. And so
activity note insider
I'm proud to
purchases,
be proud
Form
with them,
4
and
filings.
we are going to keep on our efforts, and I foresee a very, very strong year, especially in U.S. commercial. I would also say the strength of our U.S. commercial and the strength of our products being used in the most difficult and most important war zones in the world is going to have a handoff function into USG, and I'm optimistic that handoff function will happen, and we will be as successful there as we are in USCOM.
With that, we'll begin with a few questions from our shareholders before we open up the call. Our first question is from Andrew. Given the significant increase in demand for AIP, could the management team elaborate on the advancements made in formulating a monetization strategy for these offerings?
Yeah, you're right to comment. The demand is off the charts for AIP, with boot camps as the delivery mechanism for AIP, and we're seeing AIP drive the expanding.
Why do you keep
the expanding addressable
typing your
market,
name in capital letters?
As Alex commented, we closed 103 deals in Q4 alone, over $1 million. Having been involved in many of those directly and on the ground, I can tell you.
I mean, even
the
names
feeling,
you make it
demand,
impossible for me
the
to know what you're
excitement
talking
over
about.
AIP and over Palantir is unlike anything I've seen in the 14 years
Yellen
I've been
said
here.
FSOC
and we feel
has
that.
not
We feel
at
that in a
point of
tangible way
taking action
on the ground with our customers.
for
And we're
designating
starting to see the
specific
Yeah, I'll
demand
get poker going.
in our
institutions
Q4
as
results.
systemically
In October,
important.
we set the goal of executing 500 boot camps for top of funnel for AIP. As you know, as noted, we've already exceeded that with over 560 boot camps just about 4 months later, and that is only continuing to increase that momentum. Then you see the results in U.S. commercial: 70% year-over-year growth in revenue in Q4, 55% growth in customer count year-over-year, 107% growth in TCV closed on an adjusted basis. And then you see emerging from that the archetypes to the question on monetization, the archetypes of the types of monetization we're seeing. Either it's boot camps that are quickly converting to paying customers, or it's expansion of existing customers, or it's customers where maybe we've been engaged for a while, and with the introduction of AIP, that whole process has been accelerated. We're seeing that across the board, and yet at the same time, we've barely touched that addressable market, and we're really only at the beginning. So excited to see where that takes us.
Thanks, Ryan. Our next question is from Tanner, who asks, what kind of interest has the FedStart program seen as of late? Has the market responded to this, and will there be additional marketing made towards these startups? And relatedly, when do you expect Apollo to be a significant contributor to Palantir's revenue?
Great. Thanks, Tanner. Yeah, FedStart's been a hit, and I think it's easy to understand why. There's been $100 billion of capital that's flowed into the defense tech community at large. No one can afford the 2 years and $2 million it takes to achieve this accreditation. This provides market access. We've started with an intense focus on IL5, bringing folks to the DoD market. We plan to release an IL6 FedStart at the end of Q2 and FedRAMP High at the end of Q3, early Q4. And we're also going to be taking this to our allies. So we intend to launch FedStart with the UK on the secret network and above top secret network later this year. Apollo is having its moment. I think it's the charisma it has with customers when they see it running at scale, managing all $2.2 billion of our revenue. I think a big part of this is they've spent the last 2 years trying to solve these problems on their own and then viscerally understand how much value it can contribute to them, how much it can accelerate them, both on the government program side, but also on the company side, where companies are struggling with how to efficiently deliver modern software into these environments. But I think that the bigger thing that I'm really excited about is Mission Manager, which is Apollo, Rubix, which is our zero trust compute and networking infrastructure, and the Ontology Software Development Kit, the OSDK, as a combined offering to the government to really give the government what they've been asking for, which is infrastructure that allows them to build and manage multi-vendor, big tent ecosystems that drive continuous competition, and allow the government to actually control the interfaces and avoid lock-in. And so you can think of FedStart as actually the first product that we've launched on top of Mission Manager infrastructure. We've started doing other projects, including Army C2 work, but that's going to be a very exciting trend for us.
Let me just give an addendum here. Shyam launched and built FedStart, but it has. But one of the most important things it did
I'm kind
is
of in and out and paying attention. Did he say that? Jeez,
the
$100
billion of investment in kind of new defense tech largely had the impression Palantir was competitive with them. And we weren't competitive with them. And FedStart aligns all those venture capitalists and all their investments and most of their companies with Palantir, because we can allow them to get onto classified networks much quicker so that they can actually show results to their investors much quicker. And that means a lot of the resistance to us is not only disappearing, but it's actually been converted into support for Palantir, support for what we're doing. And those people are really helping spread the obvious Palantir gospel. Instead of wondering how they can compete with us, they're wondering how we can succeed together.
Thank you both. Our next question is from Keith. Is your greatest competitor still your potential customer's own IT department, or has that changed?
Thanks, Keith. We certainly used to feel that way, but when you look at boot camps, you look at how much charisma AIP has with IT, and the fact that we're winning with IT, with Apollo, with the OSDK, with capabilities like Marketplace, that's certainly not the case anymore. IT has become some of our biggest champions. And I think what that's revealed for us is that perhaps the issue was never actually IT. It was this software industrial complex. Everything Alex was talking about earlier, these thin products that were really designed to sell, and they're more like a drug than they are like medicine. And this sort of strict adherence to architectural conformity. But what I think is exciting about Gen AI is it's blown up all of that. You know, it's been a big reset button here. The whole map, the whole architecture is up for grabs, and we're working very closely with IT to write that map, to write the architecture that is actually delivering all of these operational use cases for these customers.
Now, one of the coolest things about going to these meetings is it used to be 3-4 years ago, you could predict who was going to like us and who wasn't, and it's just not anymore. You go to these meetings, and they'll often be the IT person telling the CEO, like, look, we have no choice. We need to install this quickly. And so there's a cultural shift in the U.S. I don't think it's outside the U.S. the case, but inside the U.S., people in IT are responsible for business value. This creates business value. And they're often responsible for global business value. They're not that interested in putting together a PowerPoint and showing how that could work in theory. They've got to show themselves, their company, their workers, the whole, that they're going to get actual revenue, either driving or quality of revenue driving results quickly. And they are almost exclusively now our friends. Maybe they can talk to some analysts. Like we can convert you guys too.
Thanks. Our next question is from Mariana with Bank of America. Mariana, can you please turn on your camera, and then you'll receive a prompt to unmute
sound
the
in
line.
their voice sounds very unprofessional.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I have two questions, one in U.S. government and the second one today on financials. So the first one is this. You mentioned in your prepared remarks reaccelerating U.S. government growth and opportunities across the board. But this is contrasting to what we have heard from the primes this quarter. They have agreed that more things are moving towards software, but they argue that the DoD has to figure out how to buy software, and they have to figure out how to sell software. From your point of view, how large is the change that is needed in this award approach, but also how large is the advantage that Palantir has in this environment where you have been selling software for a long time now?
Yeah, look, we've been doing this for 2 decades, as you point out, and I think that gives us a perspective of what was it like 2 decades ago and what is it like now. And it's wildly different, and so much has changed. Now, I don't want to underestimate how much has to continue changing, and I think the department recognizes that and is working on that. But to not acknowledge the progress, I think, would be disingenuous here. Unlike the primes, who used to focus on hardware and now responding to software, we've always focused on software. One of the things about software is it evolves incredibly quickly. If you think about the software we were deploying to do the Afghan non-combatant evacuation operations and how much that evolved moving into Ukraine, how much that evolved moving into the current crisis in CENTCOM, it is evolving faster than procurement can procure it. And I think one of the unique strengths that we have is that we are investing and mutating and managing the software independent of the actual procurement actions. And that means that we always have software that's so far in the future that it'll meet the moment that the DoD actually has.
As an addendum to that, the core thesis of Palantir was always the reality of a disjointed, violent world forces Pareto optimal conditions on institutions. So I believe that everyone knows we have the best software in the world. It may not matter in a non-dangerous environment, but it did matter in Ukraine and Israel. And who did they buy? It does matter. Our software is running I'll never know what I'm allowed to say, but in among the most critical places in the DoD. If we are forced to fight a three-pronged war, you cannot do that even from a perspective of keeping our munitions ready without accurate software. So the more dangerous, the more real it gets, the more battle-tested and real your software has to be. I believe it's about to get very real. Why? Because our GDP growth is significantly better than China's. Now, I know the always wrong crowd says we then should get peace, but I'm telling you that the rational result of the rational consequence of that is our adversaries are like, America's going to be stronger tomorrow than today. It's like they don't have a GDP story because they do not build these systems as well as we do. They do not have the tech community we do, and they do not have the U.S. market like we do. Look at our results. And so as this becomes more and more dangerous, every company in the world, whether they're small, big, whether they're a startup, whether they're one of the largest primes, or whether us, is going to have to actually prove their software works on the battlefield. We love that. We want to prove, and we welcome and relish proving environments. If it was up to me, software would only be deployed at America and Western allies if it was proven on the battlefield. Unfortunately, for us, our adversaries are going to force that kind of adjudication. And how do we? And then and for those of you who can't evaluate that because you don't have access to our software on the battlefield, though you could read the news and see what Israel has done and what Ukraine has done, look what's happening in U.S. commercial. You have a completely rational environment where we're deploying and growing the way we're growing with almost no sales force. And it's because it really matters. And when it really matters, the fact that they may not like my jokes or my habits, it will protect your life. And that's why we're going to do well.
Thank you, Alex. Our next question is from Dan with Wedbush. Dan, please turn on your camera, and then you'll receive a prompt to unmute your line.
Thank you. So, I think inconceivable is the right word, in terms of, everything that you produced this quarter. My question would be, are you starting to actually see an acceleration in terms of AIP customer engagement, not even just from Q4, but even starting 2024?
Do this or die.
You want to handle that as the man on the front line?
Yeah, I mean, the answer is yes, absolutely. And I think, we're still very early, obviously, with AIP and the rollout and very early in the market. But as far as, what we're seeing from customers, just see like kind of Q3 to Q4 results, and then what we're seeing in the conversations we're having with customers, the way that it's being adopted by the business, as Alex talked about, in the conversations we're having with customers, we're seeing that acceleration. We expect that to continue.
Also, just like we do these AIP conferences, I think we invited you and your team. We can't do enough of them. We're limiting the number of people who can come. It's like a rock concert. It's like, yeah, if you know somebody, we can get you in the back. We can get you backstage. It's by the way, for those of you who are evaluating our company, we are going to invite all of you to our boot camps. Please use, as you did, but take a look at the software. It's like we are not arguing in the abstract or in a PowerPoint or according to what you may have learned at business school that is better. We are arguing that it is better. And there's no other way to show that but to do it. But to your question, we're already overfilled for our AIP boot camp. And it's just we don't know how to deal actually with this demand. And so we're rebuilding the company. We have a lot of employees in Germany and France. I'm telling them it's time to pack up and come to America. I'm telling our hiring, we are hiring here. We are having, as I mentioned, a bonanza in people wanting to work here because people are, quite frankly, tired of working for people who seemingly only have an opinion when it doesn't matter and with products that may not work. We're looking at, I'm getting personally involved in the recruiting again to get more people, but exactly the right people. And we're going to scale against the demand. But it's a real thing.
Thank you. Alex, as usual, we have a lot of our shareholders on the line. Is there anything you'd like to say before we end the call?
I mean, we are fighting for the West and its allies to be stronger, and I very much appreciate your support.
Yellen said Fed should be the regulator for financial companies that pose
our
severe
investors.
threats to financial
Our
stability.
most important investors are at Palantir. Our second most important investors are people investing their own money. And we relish your support. And it gives us a lot of motivation. I meet individual investors every time I go to a customer, basically. And I've had individual investors I've met at 2, 3 a.m. on a VTC, and I ask them, well, why are you working at 3 a.m. to make your enterprise better in AIP or Foundry? And they basically all say the same thing, because Palantir is fighting for my rights and my liberty. And we are fighting for your rights and your liberty, and we are going to continue to fight for that the way we do that, which is by delivering the best products to our allies, by hurting our adversaries, and by giving U.S. commercial the strength it needs to massively outperform every other country in the world. So thank you.
Thanks, Alex. That concludes Q&A for today's call.
Okay. AI might be working on a double bottom. This is a 1 minute. We'll see. There's a level up here. AIM, I got you in. Should I buy NVIDIA? Hard to say. Broke. Scalp there. There's a nice call, Nick, on that Carvana. It ain't googly. Hey, is Vaxta here? I've got his package sitting right here. Nope. One minute, 10x working. I'm scared. It literally. I mean, it's got this giant battery. Freaking. Too bad. Jeez. I don't know. Laptop. No, it's 2.5 pounds, a whole package. Am I gonna get my first vibrator? I don't know. Like, boy can dream. Baxter? He's not really a troll. He probably is trolling though. Flashlight? It is dip and rip on 10x. Potential dip and rip. I mean, it was a big wick that got eaten up pretty easily. See if we can get back into a cock here. I got you, Shred. Async, what's up with you? $20.25. That should be fun. All right, I'll get you back in. Yo, I am not finding anything. The juicer hole almost filled. My man. So central clearing. AUY. Okay. Oh my gosh. Y'all are crazy in Discord. That was moving pre-market, wasn't it? Yeah. 11 o'clock cash. Got it. list. AI TVs. Are they moving? Yep, sure did. Credit card balance is up 50 billion to 1.13 trillion. Jeez, sounds like a lot. Is that actually a lot? Damn, that's 6 over 15 over 10. That MACD on 10x has really got to flip, I feel like. SPR call sweep. or earnings call. CEO. Got a link, Chase? That I can play? Let's try it. It's a bit of a cuck and go. Nope. Freaking googly. Throwing eggs in my face. Jeez.
Finding the right balance.
Ticker TELL, Echo Lima Lima. Shares seeing continued heavy activity, new highs. Note this is a microcap
There is a
TELL.
path to deployment. Broadly speaking, full-scale robotics is impractical. In our research labs, we have significant human-assisted technology that is manufacturing readiness level 6 that we look to accelerate. I have recently reviewed this technology with the team and will ensure it receives the appropriate resources and investments. I am very proud of how our team has responded to this accident. They've been calm, focused, and moving with urgency. I have a lot of confidence in this team. At this point, the art form is to integrate broad actions with our ongoing operations and not as a one-off project. Our teams across manufacturing and engineering are fully aligned and will implement changes seamlessly. I believe we will move quickly because of our shift in governance away from being top-down. The mindset shift is to understand that the airplane is the boss. The airplane tells us what to do. Our mechanics, sealers, engineers, and inspectors are like
This is the
surgeons.
SPRC or
They
SP.
tell us in
C.
management
Right.
what they need to perform their operations. Our goal is to give them what they need, when they need it, and resolve issues or make improvements.
SPR.
Receptivity from our
Earnings
teammates
report.
across our facilities,
Oh,
shop
freaking
floors,
googly.
and offices
You're not
has
on my
been
table, are
positive.
you? Damn it, you are.
I also appreciate their candor in telling me what's on their minds. I've heard from every corner of the factory in Wichita and from every
SPR
shift.
CEO is talking.
Lots
Thank
of
you.
energy, lots of ideas.
I'm
This
by
does
the
not
way, I'm
surprise
on
me.
my preseason
Our
fast
workforce
right
and
now.
spirit has
I
a
just
clear
started. I decided
understanding of
last
the
night, hey,
importance
might
of
as
their
well.
work. That commitment
I hadn't eaten
is
since
rooted
lunch
in a
yesterday.
long legacy we have in this
It'll be
industry.
water and 5-hour energies
In the coming weeks, we will
because
learn
apparently
more
these
from
have
the
4
regulators,
calories.
from their formal reporting, and will respond with urgency and transparency. Now I'll shift to a couple other topics I think you have on your mind as well. First, we made significant progress in the fourth quarter in stabilizing the 737 production line. We briefly paused the line to stabilize, which ultimately allowed us to deliver 104 fuselages, the highest quarterly total in 4 years. We made
This has
investments
less
during the
calories
quarter
than
to
black
recover
coffee.
schedule,
Cheese.
to buffer the production system, which enabled us to start the year with a balanced factory. Second, we recognized additional forward losses on the A350 and A220 programs this quarter, which Mark
Yes,
will
it
address
does.
in a moment. That
It
said,
has
we are
3
working
calories.
to
A
not
cup of
only
black coffee
improve
has
these
4, so
programs
suck
in our
it.
day-to-day operations, but also are engaged in discussions with Airbus to address the long-term financials.
I put you in already. Good
The
banana.
negotiations with Airbus continue and have been
I
productive.
thought.
We hope to conclude by February but we need to ensure
5
all
hours a
items are
no-no?
addressed.
Why is it a no-no?
We are converging on
JGL?
operational and financial solutions. I appreciate the partnership
GLOB,
and
Globant
engagement by
launches
their
Loyalty
leadership.
Studio to boost customer
This remains an
relations
important near-term
and
priority
maximize
for
revenue
me.
through AI. That's
I'll now turn the
GLOB,
call over to Mark
Lima
to
Oscar
review with
Bravo.
you our financial results.
Thanks, Pat, and good morning, everyone. We experienced significant pressure.
It doesn't have sugar. There's no sugar in these.
Due to production
Anything
schedule
else?
volatility, supply chain constraints, and ongoing inflation, quality challenges, and increased labor costs. This resulted in
Ticker
higher than
NYCB,
anticipated
November
costs
Yankee
throughout the
Charlie
year.
Bravo.
However,
Note sources say
we
Jamie
also
Dimon has
accomplished
quietly
some
reached out
major
to bank
milestones
regulators
during the year,
with
including
hints
reaching a
about his interest
contractual
in
resolution
NYCB.
with our largest union, bringing Pat on board to
Jamie
lead
Dimon.
Spirit's recovery, and executing a favorable agreement with our largest customer. We also did a debt refinance and a capital raise, which strengthened our capital structure and increased production rates across many of our major programs.
Now being circulated for
While we
NYCB.
expect some of these pressures from 2023 to continue into 2024, we enter the year strongly focused on execution to stabilize and strengthen Spirit both operationally and financially. Given the latest news around the 737 MAX
Report
production rates in
circulating
relation
Jamie
to the
Dimon
FAA
has
approval,
quietly
as
reached
well as
out
our
to bank
ongoing
regulators with
negotiations with
several hints
Airbus,
about his interest
we are
in
not in a position to provide guidance at this time. Now, let me take you through the details of our fourth quarter financial results.
Man,
Let's
it couldn't
start on
go up
slide
at
2.
all on that. 2.5 million shares of
Revenues
volume. Couldn't
for
do
the
it.
quarter were $1.8 billion, up 37% from the fourth quarter of 2022. This substantial increase year over year was primarily due to higher production on our commercial programs, increased defense and space, and aftermarket segment revenues, as well as the impacts from the previously
Shares of New York
disclosed
Community
Boeing
Bank
MOA
at
executed in October of
$4.67 now off the
2023,
lows.
which included favorable pricing adjustments on the 787 program. Overall, deliveries in the quarter increased 16% year over year. Now, turning our attention to EPS. We reported earnings per share of positive 52 cents compared to negative $2.32 in the fourth quarter of
Can't turn
2022.
the volume on that. I don't know why it's
Excluding
so
certain
low.
items, adjusted EPS was 48 cents.
No, this is
compared to
SPR.
negative $1.46 in the prior year. Operating margin was positive 11% compared to negative 11% in the same period of 2022, largely driven by the favorable impacts
That's
from our
not a
Boeing
serious
MOA.
account on
As a result of the favorable pricing
NYCB.
adjustments to the 787, we reversed $361 million of total liabilities during the fourth quarter, which included 787 forward loss reversals of $206 million, which favorably reduced cost of sales, and reversal of 787 material right obligation of $155 million, which flowed through the income statement as an increase to revenue. Fourth quarter net forward loss reversals totaled $34
Yellen
million,
says U.S. is
and
strongly
unfavorable
opposed to
cumulative
World Bank
catch-up
lending to
adjustments was
China.
$55 million. This compared to $114 million of forward losses and $59 million of unfavorable cumulative catch-up adjustments in the fourth quarter of 2022. The current quarter forward losses relate primarily to A350 and A220 programs and were driven by higher estimates of supply chain, labor, and other costs. We also recorded net incremental forward losses for anticipated performance obligations beyond 2025 in the amount of approximately $30 million. The unfavorable cumulative catch-up adjustments relate primarily to 737 program, reflecting higher
Yellen
costs
is the
required to
box.
recover and stabilize the production system, which we have done in the fourth quarter. Now turning to free cash flow. Free cash flow for the quarter was positive $42 million, compared to free cash flow usage of $66 million in the fourth quarter of 2022. Fourth quarter free cash flow includes the previously disclosed funding of approximately $100 million received from Boeing per the terms of the MOA, and tooling and capital through 2025 on both the 737 and 787 programs. In our effort to stabilize operations, we also made certain working capital investments and accelerated certain capital investments in the fourth quarter of 2023. Now, let's discuss our quarterly segment performance, starting with our commercial segment on slide 3. In the fourth quarter of 2023, commercial revenues increased
CTLT and
43%
LLY, where the
over the
executive
same
says
period
intends to,
2022
on holding
due to
Catalent
higher production across all
accountable
of our
to their
programs,
contract as
as
company
well as
gains more
favorable
information
pricing
on
from
Novo
the
Nordisk
787
Catalent deal.
Boeing MOA.
That's
Quarterly
LLY,
operating margin
CTLT,
increased to
and
positive
NVO.
17%, compared to negative 8% in the prior year, primarily driven by favorable change in estimates recorded in the current period. These changes in estimates, which I previously disclosed, included net forward loss reversals of $48 million and unfavorable cumulative catch-up adjustments of $51 million. In comparison to the fourth quarter of 2022, the segment recorded charges of $111 million of forward losses and $58 million of unfavorable cumulative catch-up adjustments. Now let's turn to Defense and Space segment on slide 4. Defense and Space grew to $205 million, up 12% higher than the fourth quarter of last year, due to higher development program activity and increased KC-46 tanker production. Operating margin for the quarter decreased to 2% compared to 11% in 2022, primarily due to higher unfavorable changes in estimates recorded in the period. The segment recorded forward losses of $13 million and unfavorable cumulative catch-up adjustments of $4 million, compared to forward losses of $2 million in the fourth quarter of 2022. The forward losses were primarily driven by higher production cost estimates on the CH-53K program and unfavorable cumulative catch-up adjustments, which were primarily driven by the Boeing P-8 program. For our aftermarket results, let's turn to slide 5.
Now, ticker NYCB November Yankee Charlie Bravo shares continue to see activity notes. Circulate tweet parody
24% compared to
on
the fourth quarter of
NYCB.
2022, primarily due to higher spare parts
Shares
sales.
saw increased activity.
Aftermarket has continued to grow with global air traffic recovery and is on track to meet our plan for $500 million by 2025. Operating margin was strong for the quarter at 23%, compared to 13% during the same period of 2022.
Sucralose will spike
primarily
insulin?
due to the absence of a one-time
Really?
inventory adjustment charge recognized in the fourth quarter of 2022.
Well,
With
damn
that,
it.
let's now briefly touch on our full year results on slide 6.
He did say
2023 revenue came
White
in at
House's
$6
Kirby
billion.
said U.S. still working
That's up
toward longer
20%
humanitarian
year-over-year,
pause in
driven by higher
Gaza
commercial
and
production
for
volume,
hostage release.
as well as higher defense and space and
What is this,
aftermarket
salt?
segment revenues. 2023
Tesla
adjusted
feature?
EPS
Oh, jeez.
decreased year-over-year, primarily due to higher interest and other expenses, partially offset by improved operating income during the current year. Other expense for 2023 was $140, compared to other expenses of $14 million in 2022, primarily due to higher non-cash losses related to settlement accounting for our primary U.S. pension plan, foreign currency, and sales of receivables recognized in 2023. Full year cash flow was a usage of $374 million compared
Oh,
to
don't
a
even
use
start
of
with
$516 in
1 calorie
2022.
for a cup of coffee.
Free cash flow usage was higher than we previously expected, primarily due to factory costs incurred in the quarter to recover schedule and stabilize operations, higher levels of inventory to support rate increases, as well as increased CapEx spend
White House's
related to the
Kirby received
customer-funded
positive
capital and
feedback
tooling
that Saudi Arabia and
received as
Israel
part
are
of the
willing to
Boeing
continue
MOA.
to have normalization discussions.
With that, let's now turn to cash and debt balances on slide 7. We ended the year with $824 million of cash, which reflects the proceeds from the issuance of common stock and exchangeable
Blue
senior
Sky,
notes
Twitter,
during the
alternate,
fourth quarter of 23.
White Chicken Bell?
We will use the if converted method regarding exchangeable notes
AMC.
implications to EPS, which results in the shares being
Hey, is
diluted
Dune 2
if there's
out?
positive net income.
I keep seeing
Net loss
the
position,
popcorn meme
they would
going
be
on.
anti-dilutive. We ended the year
What
with
idiot
$4.1 billion of
came
debt.
up with that one?
There are now no significant debt maturities until 2026. So with that, we will be happy to take your questions.
March 1st, Dune 2. Nice. That might be the first movie I've gone to the theater to watch in like years.
If you would like to ask a question, please press star followed by 1 on your telephone keypads. If you would like to remove that question for any reason, please press star followed by 2. And again, it is star 1 for any questions.
Do I think it will ever
And
go
we
parabolic?
do
No.
please ask that you please limit yourself to 1 question.
I mean, not like
And we
before.
will pause
The
here
interest,
briefly
short interest is
as
high,
questions
but it's
are
not,
registered.
you know, over 100% of the float. you're
We
not going to
have
have
the
that.
first question on the
this ever
phone
again.
lines from Seth Seifman of JP Morgan.
Hey, thanks very much, and good morning, everyone. Pat, thanks very much for the comments at the beginning of the call. I guess maybe to
Use test strip?
level
Wait.
set a bit where 737
Test
is
strips to
right
what?
now. You talked about
Can you do test strips to see if you're in
stabilizing the
ketosis?
factory in the fourth quarter.
Note the
Does that
programming
mean
notes on Boeing
stabilizing
BA,
at a production of
NTSB to release
38 a
Boeing
month? And if
737
we,
MAX 9
if
accident
we took
report
it
at
as a
2 p.m.
given
Eastern
that
Standard.
it's up to the
2
FAA
p.m.
now when that
boys
rate
and
goes
girls.
higher, but if we took it as a given that
2
that's the
p.m.
rate for 2024,
Start your engines.
that,
or in this
Spirit is
case,
now
your
in a
timers.
place to produce at that rate through the year, and that what we saw,
Really?
what we've read about over
Huh.
the past few weeks since the Alaska accident, and specifically yesterday with the latest,
I didn't know that. That'd be fun to
misdrilling
do.
issues and Boeing's effort to cut
I love
down
peeing on
traveled
things.
work. Do
2
you still
p.m.
kind of
accident
consider the
report
factory
Ticker
on,
HPE Hotel Papa Echo, no church seen new highs
on the Boeing
Yeah, good morning,
at
Seth.
after
I would
thingy thing.
confirmation.
that
Yellen said has
we are
concerns
Unaffected
about
by
commercial real
cycling
estate.
at,
FSOC quite
42 a month,
focused on it, says
but
refinancing
building
of real
at
estate loans
38 a
and
month.
amid high
And by that,
vacancies
I
will put a
mean
lot of
we
stress
have
on property owners.
a production schedule that allows us to have buffer days, and it's our means of testing our ability to go up in rate. And those buffer days allow the factory to, when we talk about stability, minimize traveled work, have everybody stay in position. So
Anavar?
from that standpoint, we're in a good position, and we'll take our guidance from Boeing as to how to adjust our schedules if necessary.
150 test
Maybe I'll
strips.
just
Yellen
address
said
those,
there may be
two
some financial
non-conforming
institutions that are
holes.
quite stressed by commercial real
Those
estate
are not a
issues.
safety of flight issue.
Sold.
And just kind of
Buying it
characterize
frickin'
the
right
normal
now.
process. Anytime there's a nonconformity, we basically scope and bound it. Engineering does a preliminary look to see if there's a safety of flight issue. Then essentially, we communicate to the customers if there's any potential exposure, but we say, here's a heads up. And then we do
How
a
quickly?
detailed engineering analysis.
I'll tell you what.
Work to get a
I
final
didn't eat anything
disposition. And when we
since
have a
lunch
final
yesterday, and
disposition,
yesterday after
that
hockey,
we can determine
I
a
could not
repair,
stop
and from
peeing.
that, a response. And relative to these two
Like I'm trying to
holes,
go to sleep. I'm like,
there is
damn, I
not
gotta go
a
piss
final
again.
engineering disposition. We expect that in the next 72 hours. Based on that, we'll determine what the repair might be and any impact
I didn't know what was
associated
up.
with that.
And I'm.
then the follow
Hey, let me ask you this,
as
JJ.
corrective action.
I got this little nose thing going on. Is fasting going to help
you
this?
just,
Is it going to knock out my cold
we have about-
or whatever the hell this is?
You bet.
Okay. I'll stick to one this morning. Thanks.
What did he say?
Thanks, Seth.
Oh, stick to one this morning.
Thank you. We now have David Strauss of Barclays. You may proceed with your question.
Thanks. Good morning. Quick follow-up
AI
there.
dumpy
What
dumpy.
is the status of the Mac
dumpy
buffer
dumpy.
stock as it relates to you matching up with Boeing in terms of your production rate? And then on the Airbus side of things, the $5 million mark on the balance sheet. At this point, is that really all A220, A350? Negotiations conclude with Airbus, should we expect to see a significant reversal there? Thank you.
Want to take the Airbus one? I'll talk
Sure. Hey, David, let me address your second comment, in regards to the balance sheet and the forward loss reserves that we have, both short-term and long-term. I think we
That's right,
mentioned
lady.
this on the last call as it relates to Boeing and the 787 program. We stated that we would be in a forward loss through 24, maybe slightly into the first quarter of 2025. So really the short-term forward loss has some 787 in there as we come down our unit cost curves and drive that to cash flow positive in 2025. And then it would include the A350, as you indicated, in the A220, and a little bit on 67 and CH-53K. But I think you got it right.
Maybe just to answer the question about the buffer, or what we refer to as the ship in place. There are 42 available units today to ship in place. We're taking a few extra.
I took a marijuana ETF, MSOS, and sure seeing a spike in activity, new highs for MSOS.
Just to make sure we can complete
some pot news here, boys.
Related to the mid-entry door plug, as well as any known rework and conducting some additional inspections.
Thank you.
Thanks, David.
Thank you. We now have Jason Gursky of Citigroup.
36 hours in one.
Your line is open.
Look at that.
Great. Good morning, everybody.
I gotta get this winter weight off of me.
Here, maybe a two-part question. Apologize for that. Pat, I wonder if you can just
There's got to be
to
some
fix the
pot
problem, you
news
have to
here.
understand, exactly how you got here. So I was wondering if you could just,
What
from
was the
your
other ETF?
perspective, describe a little bit about
MSOX?
the conditions that led
Got
us
it?
to where we are today. Sounds like you've got a plan to
2X.
fix some things. I'm just kind of curious to get your input on how we got here. And then the second part of the question is, once we figure this all out, has anything kind of fundamentally changed on the types of rate breaks that you can do in the future? I know Boeing's got a master schedule out there, and historically you guys have gone up 10, 15% at different rate breaks and then hold for a bit before going back up again. So I'm just wondering, in the context of all of this, whether things have fundamentally changed in the industry, or the industry's view on its ability to go up in rate, and whether we go up slower than we have in the past. Thanks.
I'm wondering if this is just
Jason,
technical, or
I think
is there
it's
some
hard to go
juice
back
behind
and-
this? It
and
looks
look
like
at how
there's
we-
some
how
juice
we got
behind
here.
this.
I wish I had that history, but what I would tell you is the basic
SPR
fundamentals
Spirit
around rate
Aero
breaks haven't
said
changed.
CEO says
Some of
expects
the
repair
dynamics
plan for
around the
latest
supply
737
chain
defect in
haven't
72
changed.
hours.
I would
That's
offer that
SPR.
some of the work that Spirit has done in the fourth quarter to align the 2024 plan with Boeing's rate
Cyan
schedule
M&M's juicing.
has afforded us some more stability.
Yo,
We
what is
have
going on with
used that
pot?
time to improve the dynamics of the supply chain. We've seen a lot of improvement in the near term to support
jeez.
rate 42 as it relates to.
No
rate
marijuana
47,
news circulations. A big cannabis announcement is coming from the White House this week. That from Marijuana Moment.
suppliers that we have to give special attention to. But at this point, the majority of the issues are related to raw material and labor availability. I think the hardest part of this industry is, given its complexity and breadth.
Shows the
having to judge
MSOS
how
continue
quickly
to
we
spike.
can rate. In the case of
Coming from the White
737,
House?
it's been done before, so there's a playbook that, parametrically says this is what you can do, but we have to adjust that for.
It's not the place you want to hear an announcement come from.
But I would say that the 2024 plan we laid out is incorporates the existing environment, and if there are any changes, we'll accommodate Boeing's direction.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. We now have Miles Walton of Wolfe Research.
Thanks. Pat, you're in a pretty unique position, having
No,
been
full
inside
tweet
Boeing, vice
posted in
president
the high
of
base
commercial
watch driver
air
for
plans
information purposes.
for time, and now inside Spirit, and
Shares
sort
of
of give the
MSOS
perspective,
continues
I
to see
think,
activity new highs.
Of what if, and the what if is if Wichita were still part of Boeing, would the signals, would the Boeing quality
See what this tweet
QMS
is.
system have captured these quality
MSOS
escapes
advisor
sooner?
shares.
Adrian Sneed.
Cannabis
If so,
ETF
does that
spiking here.
create
Michael
industrial
Sandy,
logic for
Highly
Oscar
placed
Sandy,
administration
MSOS.
confirms that there would be a big amount
or is the solution
announcement regarding
just a
cannabis
greater integration
likely
of
this week.
existing QMS?
I suspect it will be a rescheduling decision from DEA, but it could be something more drastic.
that
Last
would
week, Senator Warren,
respond
Fetterman, Schumer, Booker,
Much to the hypothetical,
all
but
these
the fact
whatevers, urge President
we're
Biden to
behaving
deschedule.
as if
No,
we're
no
part of
suspicion
Boeing.
of suspect of rescheduling decision from DEA. That is not confirmed, but source does say cannabis announcement is coming from White House this week.
Now, so
Shares continue to
you sat
spike.
in one of our meetings, you people took off their badges, you would not be able to tell which company they worked for.
turd, why is this sitting here doing
I
nothing?
think because of the trust that's been built recently, some of the feedback loops that existed in the past are being restored, and that should allow us to
Traders
work
earlier
better
circulating a tweet from
Likely this week does not mean this week.
Adrian
So just to
Sneed
clarify
said
though,
big
Pat, is that
cannabis
a
announcement
change
coming
of
from the White House
behavior,
this
the,
week.
the tightness of the feedback loop, or is that a reflection
That
of
was
what
an
the
hour
laws
ago from
indicate?
Yeah, I would,
Adrian Sneed.
I think
Adrian is a
as
former
as
staffer
a
who
result
helped
of the
write
MOA,
SAFE. Oh, I wonder if it's the SAFE.
and
Well, no, that has to go through
shedding
Congress.
of the financial constraints, it
Well,
opened up the aperture to really
see
work
where this goes.
more seamlessly together, and we're seeing that, and I think we're surprised every single day how much more quickly people are working shoulder to shoulder. So I think the MOA was a big change that allowed us to increase
We
the
got
integration.
over
between the two
64.
Okay. All right. I'll stick to one. Thank you.
Look,
We now have Sheila Kahyaoglu from Jefferies.
See if
You
that
may
50 can hold.
Good morning, guys. Thank you.
Strong
Pat, if I
first
could
attempt.
ask you, in just its current state, how do we think about the 737 cash profile per ship set, just given potentially additional costs this year?
Shut up, Googly.
How does that change with a rate break in 25 if the FAA
What
does
position
also
you in?
limit you guys at 38 a cap? I'm not sure. And then
Ninth.
into
Okay.
26, the free cash flow per
Don't
ship
even.
set, just given the step down. So just cash profile of the max.
and Sheila, I'm just trying to think. Yeah, no. I mean, obviously when you go up in rates, you can distribute the overhead, more broadly.
Still right, though. Nice
The
work,
fundamentals of the things that we're doing in terms of improving cash flow are, cost reduction, and a lot of that's through, productivity or improvement in quality. So those things
See if
aren't
this
going
9
to
holds.
change.
That'll be telling.
We've built a plan around achieving support labor or support.
About
costs
took that.
mirrors our performance.
So
in
slow.
2018, we're working to that regardless of a change in direction from Boeing. So that might dampen a bit. Indirect costs, we're going after the same way. Probably the one that wouldn't be affected by rate is working capital, because we just need to optimize that, to a much larger degree.
The DEA isn't considered the
anticipating
White
being at a
House,
much
though,
higher
right?
rate, so there's a real opportunity.
Like, they wouldn't say
there
announcement coming
regardless
from the
of whether
DEA
rates,
is coming from the
stabilize
White
that.
House.
Mark, you got any other comments?
That would sound
I
a
think
little
you hit it, Pat. Obviously, Sheila, as you go up in rate,
weird.
you get the leverage from the higher production rates from an absorption
are hurting it. I
standpoint.
love
But
opium.
at the end of the day, I think the key here is
AMD.
As we look over the next couple of
Not a
years.
good look.
It's
Breaking
about
the 90 MA
operating
last
the
time
factories
you got down here,
efficiently,
but
leaning it
it's only
out,
Tuesday.
working on flow, working on
Could tap this
the
and
items
bounce
that
again.
Pat talked about, and he's got the teams really rallied around.
I probably
that,
just
and
watch what
we're-
NVIDIA does.
We're really excited over the next couple of years as we go up in rate to see that financial benefits of those production rates through the variety of actions that we're working on, including focusing on improving overall quality.
It's a hard one.
We do think over the next couple of years,
don't know what
we'll
the crystal ball
continue
says.
to drive our unit costs down and take advantage of the higher production rates.
Sheila, maybe just one add on here. I think we have to think about the supply chain. I mean, I think that's the one that if we do change production rates, we have to figure out, what do we do with, with the things that we've already ordered. How do we keep them healthy?
Oh, big pop on save here.
As things get corrected, we can go back to building fuselages.
What's up
So I
with
think
SAVE?
That would be the
Big
one
pop.
we still need to sort through.
And just to follow up, given the max is the biggest driver of your free cash flow, do you expect free cash flow to be positive in 24 without giving any guidance?
Sheila, let me just address that. I think what I would tell you is, with the with the question marks around the production rate increases in front of us that we had previously planned in 24, the Airbus negotiations, and then just trying to assess what additional costs may
a lot
come
of
as
volume on
relates to
Save.
quality and the regulatory oversight.
Save ER today?
You know, as we said in our press release,
That's not what caused
we're
this,
not
though.
in a position to talk about cash flow.
This had to be
we know
news on maybe their
we
appeal.
know that it's an important aspect of our business here, and I'm not trying to avoid the topic. You know, we're working really hard to improve the overall business financially, but give us a little time to digest the current situation here, and in the coming months, we'll be able to give you the answers that you guys are looking for. But I think we need a little bit more certainty. There's still too much uncertainty here for us to really dial this in and give you a more direct and concrete answer. So more to come. It's not now, but give us a little while and we'll be able to address those questions.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We now have Scott Deuschle from Deutsche Bank.
Hey, good morning. Pat, have you priced your content on B21 yet?
You say that one more time. This is on the LRIP?
The B21 content.
Yeah, have you priced your LRIP
You're referring
content
to
on
LRIP?
B21 yet? Yes.
We have not. Not yet.
Okay. And then, Pat, can you clarify what the operating elements might be with respect to the Airbus negotiations? Are you referencing moving some work over to them, or is this something else? Thank you.
Well, our focus has really been on price, and the focus has really been on understanding, between, the two companies, what is the right level of productivity that should be achieved that they're willing to pay for, and what is cost we're all aligned on that is real and needs to be reflected in the price. And our discussions to date have been in substantiating both of those, and along with that, aligning expectations around our performance on the 220 and the 350 in 24.
More treasury traders
Thank
to
you.
register as dealers.
We now
Thanks, Scott.
have Ken.
Record bond shorts.
I apologize. We now have Ken Herbert of RBC Capital Markets.
Save
Yeah, hi,
1
good morning,
minute.
Pat and Mark.
Over
I
88.
wanted to ask on inventory build, can you comment on at which rate you're pulling, say, MAX shipments from suppliers at, and how, depending
SOS
upon
back
your
up.
schedules with Boeing on the MAX, how much inventory are you prepared to build, and maybe how much of a use of cash is working capital this year versus maybe visibility on how much of a savings it can be in the back half of the year?
Oh, big buyer.
Thanks, Ken. Let me take that one. I think Pat briefly mentioned it. As we move through 2023, we had expected to be at a higher rate at this point in time. We'd expected to deliver more than we finished the year out at, and so we built inventory, throughout the year and ordered inventory from our suppliers in anticipation of that, and that caused us to build inventory to help to support 42 a month. We've also tactically here in the fourth quarter built strategic buffers with critical components for our production system. So really, you saw throughout the year almost a $300 million increase in inventory through 2023, and that was in anticipation of higher rates. As we move into 2024 and where our plans are at here, we're not going to have to make that sizable increase because we've got the suppliers tuned up to help support and produce and deliver at 42 aircraft per month. So I would say that as we move into 2024, I would anticipate working capital to the drag that we saw in 2023 to be relieved to a big degree. And so, I think in summary, suppliers are delivering to us at 42. Pat talked about what our factory's cycling to. And so, our goal here is to really optimize the working capital as we stabilize the factory. And we think that there's some work for us to go do there. And we think that, as we move forward here, that will create a bit of a tailwind to our free cash flow.
Maybe just add on to what Mark's saying. There are discrete plans around how we're managing the suppliers and the buffer.
Not new people. Lithang got kicked.
Again, one of the things we asked them to do is protect the factory in terms of the critical
1 minute.
jobs.
The flat top on this
need
save.
Parts to maintain the build of the aircraft. And so in those critical areas, we've built.
I have not seen dumb money yet. I want to.
There are also suppliers, when we look at their history, that are unpredictable. So those we will continue to work with, but we'll probably build some buffer stock. Then there are the highly reliable, consistent suppliers where we need to maximize inventory.
I know it's probably meh, but I need to watch it. Anyway. It's for the history.
Down the inventory and trying to balance the suppliers' build. We don't want to turn them off and starve them. At the same time, we've got to kind of optimize way to get our inventory turns up. So it's a dance, and the teams are able to do, pull 10 levers, whereas in the past, I think it was just one.
I'll check it out.
Order all the parts. So I expect to see a real improvement in 2024.
Great. Thank you very much.
We now have Doug Harned of Bernstein.
Good morning. Thank you.
Good morning.
Pat, when you talked about the process redesign, introducing automation as some of the things you're doing to deal with quality escapes across the company, but I think of this on really two time scales, and that can be, and some of those things can be longer term, but at the same time, you have issues that may already be in things that have been done, like the misdrilled holes that came up over the weekend. There's a lot of concern that there could be another incident like the Alaska MAX 9 incident. How do you make sure that as you do the broader redesign, you can also identify any situations that might be an issue in things that have already been essentially produced?
Yep. No. Good. Thank you for that question. And I remember the last call you asked me about just overall quality, and maybe we can expand into that. I think the short answer to that question is our quality management system really looks at product quality. The FAA's safety management system looks at product safety. So our first look at the 37 has been through the product safety lens. And maybe just in parallel, I think what you'll find is that there, if we drew a Venn diagram, there'd be a lot of overlap between the safety management system, risk assessment, and
is just going
feedback on nonconformities for our QMS. But our first priority has been to look through the product safety lens. We have 4 discrete categories that we're evaluating. If you look at the installation plans that we have that direct how a 737 fuselage is built, there are 2,300. Through this lens of product safety, we've distilled it down to
I can fill it in 94
that we're going through and doing a detailed examination of, to include observations of the mechanics and a review by our master mechanic of the build process. That's in parallel, I think, Doug, maybe to this broader question of what are you doing now about quality and what are you doing long term? And the short answer
NVIV shares are halted.
NVIV halted.
Less manual.
Oh my gosh.
Less interpretation.
On a circuit breaker, November Victor, India Victor.
All right, this MM is dicking with me. Every time I hit the buy or sell button, the price moves and then I get filled.
More
suck my dick.
Equipment and technology, more automation. And when we think about, well, where is the focus? It's where most of the manual work is. It's in the forward and rear sections of the airplane. If you were a mechanic working in there, you'd almost have to be a gymnast. So we're really looking at, well, how do we address the human
Like, there's no reason I
factors
should
as
have
some
gotten
of this
filled
other
over 92
technology
here.
is bridging to be implemented. We're very focused in 4 areas. The first is proficiency. We got to test more, we got to train more. The second is compliance, and I always think of Bill Belichick here as, do your job. So part of the compliance piece is people have to show up and do their job. I mean, we will help them.
All right,
do
we'll
their
watch
job, but there's a element of they
NVI,
need to
no
be committed,
PLTR again.
to personal warranty. The third is there's a lot of things we can do to mistake-proof the build of the aircraft, and probably the last one is observation. It's not just more inspections, but it's our team spending more time on the factory floor. So, that's if you were to come here to our war room and look at our plans, you'd see that we're really trying
Ticker
to
MOR shares currently selling off for MOR. Michael Oscar Romeo.
prioritized by product safety.
What's up with this?
No, yesterday's headline of takeover
Quickly
speculation.
follow up. Is there a way to characterize where you are on this path? I mean, you've now had a chance to be much closer to this over the last few months. Is there a way to characterize when you feel like, at least in the near term here, the issues, the escapes that we have seen, that you've got a
21.
really solid handle on it and feel confident in what's being delivered, I guess?
Yeah, I mean, that's the question that I think we all wrestle with. How can we predict the future? It's hard. I don't know how to predict it, but some of the things that we just talked about are the best way to do that. So it's here in short order, making real progress and making these things stick, I think will give us the belt and suspenders.
The Stat News article reporting headline: Why Novartis is going to walk away from its acquisition of
We've been working
Morphosis.
with Boeing.
That is an opinion piece.
Do more inspections, and more inspections isn't as though we weren't doing a lot of inspections. I think what we're doing a better job of is harmonizing our work together, so we're looking at it the same way, at the same time, all the time, and trying to keep it here in Wichita. And these are, some of them are, our interpretation of fastener height or skin quality, but those, when we're working together, mitigate what ends up being found in rent.
NVIV out of the hole here.
To fix.
Okay, thank you.
About a minute.
Thanks, Doug.
Thank you, Doug. We now have George Shapiro from Shapiro Research. You may proceed.
It's an
with your
opinion
question,
piece, so it doesn't mean it's actually going to happen.
Good morning. Mark, if I look at the underlying margins that you've had in commercial, I mean, you had 10.6 as the high in the first quarter, and you had relatively high 737 deliveries. But this quarter, you had the highest 737 deliveries, and the margin was like 8.5. Now, is that just reflective of the extra work that you mentioned that you put in to try and improve the production process in the quarter? And what would be kind of a normal look as we went forward on it?
Hey, George, good morning.
All right.
Good morning.
I would say
About
just
10
that.
seconds
I
here.
mean, it's hard to assess and state that, the fourth quarter is a kind of a normalized commercial margin. We entered the quarter in a very disruptive state, behind schedule. Pat talked about we did a pause in the fourth quarter. And so there was a lot of investment to stabilize the factory in the fourth quarter. And you saw that come through in the unfavorable cumulative catch-up. We delivered the most deliveries fuselages in the fourth quarter than we did in 4 years. So there was definitely a big cost investment to stabilize the 737 production system. And when we think about, jobs behind schedule, all of the operational metrics.
Ticker NVIV, November Victor, India Victor. Not sure seeing continued activity, new highs. That is a microcap NVIV.
I don't want to lean forward here and start talking about what the normal margins are, but they were definitely depressed as it relates to the investment we made to stabilize the operations.
Jeez.
And we did a lot of good work in the fourth quarter. Anything you want to cover, Pat, on top of that? And in addition, it's not margins, but we also made working capital investments to also stabilize that factory, and that put a little bit of pressure on cash. Although your question wasn't about cash, it was more about the margins. But the goal here is once you have a stable factory, the financials will come with it, and that's what we're focused on.
And one quick follow-up, Mark. The free cash flow that you
Googly, I don't
mentioned in
see on the
quarter,
final table
certainly
anymore.
Looks like 30
It's
million
weird.
or so was CapEx, and you enumerated a couple of other things. I would think that some of that's actually a benefit to 2024 because you won't be spending that much more on CapEx than what you spent
See
this
if
quarter.
NVIV can go
Is
again.
that a fair statement?
Oh, yeah, just step away.
That's right, George.
So you
We'll
went all
buy
in?
some of that back as we
A little
move into
step away, all in
2024,
move?
for sure. Right. We, as we think about stabilizing the operations and co-investing with Boeing, we did accelerate some of that CapEx to stabilize the system. And so, as you said, some of that will come back as a benefit in 2024.
Okay, thanks very much.
Shares of Morphosis pulling back $16.40. Michael Oscar Romeo.
We now have Gavin Parsons of UBS. The line is open.
Thanks. Good morning.
Morning.
Dude, the selling.
Maybe just following up on George's question.
SPR Spirit Aero CFO said there was a lot of investment to stabilize 737 production in Q4 that was reflected in unfavorable cumulative catch-up costs. That's Sandy Papa Romeo,
What are some of the
SPR.
other moving pieces, or are there other one-time items we should keep an eye out for in 24, or is 24 a relatively clean year, best we can tell?
There, as you said, there was
These guys do not sound like they want to be on this call.
One-time items, both good and bad, in 2023. As we think about 2024, we're not anticipating, significant one-offs as we stand here today. I think it's about just running the business. We talked about some of the opportunities to improve free cash flow and what are some of the tailwinds. We're working hard. We talked about the operations, but we're also
Dude,
focused on
this is a 3 million
indirect
share
and
float.
overhead
There's
costs
no
and the
reason
working
why
capital
this
side of
had
things.
this
But
much volume on it.
Gavin, I'm not aware of any of the sizable type items that we saw in 2023 coming back in 2024.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
We now have Noah Poponak from Goldman Sachs. You may proceed.
Hey, good morning.
Morning.
Pat and Mark, what's your latest thinking on your framework of
250%
where your free cash flow margin can go in the future?
U.S.
putting any
Special
specific year
Envoy
aside, just longer term,
Lender King says
at,
Iran is helping
compared to
Houthis
history
determine
at
the most
equivalent
lucrative
volumes
targets to attack
that
in the
used to
Red
have
Sea.
a targeted range,
All right.
and then you've had a targeted range for when volumes
Mute
are back
this
at
for a
certain
second. I
levels.
got this
Is there
package
any
here. I'm dying to open.
kind of new way you're thinking about?
This is Vax's package. Where did I put it? Here it is. Someone catch the timestamp, because who the heck knows what's about to happen as I open this. If you too want to send me something, go down the About section. The address is there. I'm somewhat scared. It's very dark in this box. A note. Huh? This says leather notebook with lockable fingerprint for school, business, and personal 3-ring binder for note-taking journal. I don't know if that's like a gag, like, oh, my defenses are down now, and now I'm going to open it up and something's going to happen. If I was smart, I would Google the company before I open this. Fingerprint? Oh, crap. Okay, it actually has a notebook with a freaking fingerprint right? What? It's a notebook with a fingerprint right? I mean, he actually got me something nice. Here I am thinking this thing's gonna explode on me. You literally can't open it without scanning your finger on there. Huh. Kinda cool. I don't know what made him want. It didn't come from me, no explosion. Yeah, chicka bow wow. I have no idea what made. I have to read up on. It's quite the manual on how to use it. Here I am thinking something's going to explode. For my wet dreams, I can write them down. No one can get into my notebook. Well, looky there. He sent something nice. For once. I'm going to put it under the tree. I got to read that later. Let me write his name down here. I'm going to put it under the tree. There we go. Well, thank you, Vaxta. I'm going to have to read up on how the heck to use that thing. Obviously, I can't open it yet. Here's a charger and everything on it. Thank you, Vaxta. Bitcoin hashes.
You know, we can get back to similar to levels that we've had in the past.
Okay. Thanks for the detail.
Thanks, Noah.
Your next question comes from Robert Stallard of Vertical Research.
Thanks very much. Good morning. Pat, I just wanted to follow up on a comment you made earlier that you said that Spirit personnel are acting as if they're now part of Boeing. I was wondering if this has any sort of impact on your relationship with Airbus in particular and perhaps other customers.
I don't think so.
I'll have to charge it there, QC. The battery's dead. I got to charge it.
The real difference is I know more people at Boeing than I do at Airbus, but I've quickly come to meet quite a few of the executive leadership through program reviews we've been doing on the 220 and the 350. But my Rolodex isn't as great, but I'd say the interaction is just as positive, and the transparency and the focus on driving improvement. I'll do a number of, they use Google Meet, so we Google Meet, and the feedback I get is just as direct as the feedback I get from Boeing, and the working together effort is almost identical. I mean, everybody tries to get the job done the right way. I think with Boeing, I just have a few more, tricks in my bag just because of my familiarity with how to navigate their system. But the treatment and the behavior and working together spirit out of Toulouse is strong, and we're able to get things done pretty well.
Right. Thanks so much, Pat.
Yep.
Thanks, Rob.
Your next question comes
On
from
macro note, Fed's messer with comments. Does expect Fed to gain confidence to cut later this year?
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking the question. Pat, lots of talk about quality. If the airplane's the boss, we got safety and quality are paramount. If I just, maybe not to put you on the spot, but if I look at your proxy, and I guess you're going to file it next month, compensation incentives looks like only 20%.
Fed's Mester said monetary policy is in a good place to
cash comp,
assess
nothing
what's
tied
next
to
for
quality
rates.
in
Can
the
lower
longer
rates this year if
term.
economy performs as
It
expected?
seems like everything we're talking about here, cash
Inflation,
generation,
if
revenue,
inflation
EBIT
doesn't fall,
margin,
Fed
all
can
tied to
maintain
quality.
current
I mean,
policy.
are you guys planning on
Inflation must be
changing
moving sustainably lower to
compensation
open
to
rate
drive
cut
some of
door.
this behavior
Expects
towards more of a focus
to
on
move back to
quality?
2% inflation over time, sees growth in employment moderating
It'll be
this year.
significantly different.
Must be
And
attentive to risk labor market will
the
cool faster than expected. Recent
heaviest
news on
weighting will be on
inflation
quality.
has been encouraging. Can't be sure
And
last
right
stage of
now,
move to
I'm really
2%.
working to design
Inflation
it
will be
so
swift.
the
So far, Red Sea
system
trouble
can't
hasn't
be,
rattled supply chains. It
manipulation
would
is
be a
probably too
mistake
strong
to
a
cut
word. I want
rates
to make sure that it
prematurely.
drives,
Wage
the
gains
right,
still too high for getting to
behaviors, and we
2%
can
inflation.
measure, true
Higher
performance.
productivity levels may
I'll
change
just
wage
do a
inflation
shout
calculus.
out to Donna
That's
Anderson
from
at T. Rowe Price.
Fed's Mester,
She threw out
Loretta
the
Mester.
idea. You ought to
S&P
really look at
futures
the
moving
utility
a
industry,
bit higher now,
where
49,
in their quality
59,
metric,
75.
there's a significant penalty for an escape. So we're really trying to look at how do we
ABBV,
measure
AbbVie,
defect reduction,
Caliber
but also,
Skaggs announcing expansion of
what
option
if
and
there's
license agreement with
any type of
AbbVie to develop novel cell
escape?
therapies for
Only
solid
one wouldn't
tumors and
drive
autoimmune
much in the
immune
metric, but it
diseases.
really
That's
should.
Alpha
So
Bravo Bravo Victor.
the
ABBV.
answer to your question is
Wow.
we're changing it fundamentally, and we're now making sure that what we put in
On macro note, Fed's Mester says
works
monetary
well
policy
and
in
drives
good
right consumer
place.
behavior.
To assess what's next for rates.
Outstanding. That's good to hear. Thanks. I'll keep it to one.
S&P seen increased activity after
Thanks, Michael.
Mester comments here.
It's gonna
Thank
hold.
you. Due to time, our final caller comes from Peter Arment of
Fighting
Robert
it
W.
though.
Baird.
It's gonna be a
You
false
may
hold, isn't
proceed
it?
with your question.
Oh, there's a real. Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Pat, Mark. Good morning. Pat, maybe just a quick one, just because it's the end of the
Didn't
call.
do
I mean,
anything
is there
last
timing
time,
when
so
you
I don't
expect
expect it to do
price
much this time.
the B-21 LRIP, and then just Mark, if you could just give a little more color on the CH-53K
because it's
program.
cool.
I know you mentioned some of the forward losses there. Just
I don't know. I gotta read up on it.
any color in terms of the health of the program right now. Thanks.
I didn't expect that 5 minute to work
Why
so
don't
well on this.
Why
But
don't you answer the LRIP 53?
Absolutely. Yeah, thanks, Peter. On the B-21, we expect in the
NVIV
back
and
half
Vivo
of this
shares
year,
halted on a
to
circuit breaker.
complete the
November Victor,
negotiations
India
in regards
Victor.
to the initial LRIP on that program. We're on the tail end of the development
Shares
side
halted just off
of
the earlier
program,
highs at
which
96
is
cents
a
on
cost-plus
NVIV.
type arrangement. And so we'll be able to report back more on that later in the year. And obviously, when we think about our customers, our goal here is to sign up for contracts that, add value to our company. And so that's what our focus is going to be as we negotiate that contract later in the year.
I just maybe comment on the CH-53 program. We disappointed Stephanie Hill.
Guac, it's been on
Lockheed Martin in 23.
the All-Star break, so we haven't
We're on
had
track to
any
turn that
games
around
really.
in 24,
So there's not
and
much of an update just
personally
now.
consumed
This current week is a
lifetime every week
2-week
so we can
long
deliver
fantasy
on
week. So
not only deliver on the airframes we've committed to, but
games
also
are
get
really
to a
just
higher
starting to get
production
going
rate
last
that
night.
supports the needs
So there's no
of the
update
Marine
since the
Corps.
last one.
Appreciate all the color. Thanks, Pat.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I can confirm we have no further questions, and I would like to conclude the call here. Thank you all for joining, and I can confirm the Spirit AeroSystems fourth quarter 2023 conference call has now concluded.
All right. That's all. 2 p.m. is going to be a funsies, man. on that report. No doubt somebody already knows what it is. You think? See if we get another move out of this over 80. I am in. Jeez. Nice, Mark. That's a good entry. Okay. All right, this should get over freaking $1 now. Yeah, it looks like it's gapping up like 4 or 5 cents. 99 open. The question is can it get over 106, which is the 200? That's kind of my line in the sand for these penny stocks. If they get over their 200-day moving average, then they can do stupid stuff. But until then, it's got about 15 seconds here on this open. Dollar open, looks like. Hopefully it doesn't do it the last time it did, because all these people are stuck in here. Do you get over it and go? How am I getting filled at $1? All right, tap the 200 basically. Fill the gap. Any buyers here? Ooh. Yikes. How do you whisper? Whisper what? Oh, an inline name? You can at somebody, but that's not a whisper. MSOS trying to go again here. Agreed, John. BTOG trying. That was an early mover, wasn't it? 2 p.m. is Boeing. We get to find out the initial investigation on the Boeing plane. Who's at fault? NVIV, this might do it here. Maybe not. Everybody was looking for this kind of move here. Didn't go. PFE. Oof. This BTOG going again. NVIDIA has filled that gap. Bollinger Bands are really tight on this PLTR. AEY broke out. All right, potty break for me. AEY hit 120. Different rates. I'm red right now. When I'm red, I don't like having my PNL up. My guess, I'm 400 red. Yep, I got 387. Not a bad red day. Just not much moving. We haven't had much momentum. At least the things I was watching anyway. And if I ended the day right here, I would not be upset. You won poker. Congratulations, Vega. I like that, Nick. Vega? I won't tell you what to do, but that MSOS is a little sus. When I heard could come this week. And when they said from the White House, that's not the announcement we need. We need the announcements from other parts of the administration, not the White House. White House ain't going to do anything. So, red flags are up on that one. Doesn't mean it can't do something. As far as a news play, I feel it's a little sus. Fact, we opened it. If you go back an hour, you can watch the opening. I was waiting around forever for you. Got it right here. It's under the tree. I have to know what made you get me this. You should see me opening it. I was like, is it going to explode on me? Is it a dildo? Like, didn't know what was up. I can't open it right now. I haven't had time to read the manual, but that's pretty freaking cool with a thumb reader for the notebook. You have to give me some insight on what made you get this. Or is it you just got one yourself and you're like, this is sweet? It is pretty sweet. I got to charge it and I got to read the manual. Come on. Just launched that brand a couple weeks ago. That's you? 1 minute cuck and go on this AI thing wants to freaking do anything here. There we go. Nice work, Vaxta. That's pretty sweet. I do like it. I gotta plug it in and read the directions. What else do you have in that brand? Shut up, 8. Oh, damn it, AI. That's the first. Nice, Vac. Nice. Very cool. Hey, JJ, are you here? I got a question for you. Does Spindrift take me out of my fast? Hey, suckers. It's got 3 calories. And that's about it. It has 1 carb, but it doesn't say what the carb is. It's not a sugar. It's 3 calories per can. Lemon and lime won't. The grapefruit one will. Interesting. Good to know. So I can drink as many of these as I want? I mean, within reason. It's 40 calories at once? Actually, I hate the grapefruit one. I actually don't like that one. I chug those when I get to them. Yeah, that Carvana went well. Nick called that one out in chat, John. It's a good play. I missed it. I'm just wrong. What are we down now? 360. You hate grapefruit blankets, David. Creeps. Sheets. All right, I'm opening a can of water then. JJ, how long does it take for me to get, on average, a person, excuse me, to get into ketosis? Better to stick to plain club soda, though. I stick to San Pellegrino. 50 grams of carbs? No way you can do 50 grams of carbs. What? 24 to 48 hours. Jeez. What do you do to stop? Do you get headaches? I get headaches. Hello. Do you get headaches? I get headaches. Not yet, but like day 2, headaches. When you break all the time? Oh man, I get headaches during the fast. When I break the fast, it's like I go back to normal instantly. Freaking Cam just choosing violence. No, Soils isn't even here, I don't think. Freaking just choosing violence. Switchers. $49.54 and 11 or 1 o'clock. Got it. The Harry Taco. What the hell? Oh, big volume on MSOS here. What was that spike about? It's not showing it. There's a big spike here. Darren, I turn it off when I'm red. So I'm red 360 right now. So it's just a mental thing. Like, I don't want to be staring at it all day. It's because it's going to affect my trading. It's there. It didn't go anywhere. I just turn it off when I don't really like it on ever. But if I'm green, I don't mind it up because it keeps me from having to, you know, when people come in, how much you red or green? It's right there. Nice work, White Mystic. Nice sell. Did I miss Carvana? Algos are off for the 1 p.m. DWAC has got some price compression here. Did I just do a 5-minute cuck as well? Looney gifting out the sub. Darren, let's go, bud. 70 to the channel now, Looney. Holy hell, someone's doing well recently. AIW. Save starting to go vertical here. Big pop here in the market. Thank you, Chase. Thank you, Chase. See, now I understand what the hell you're talking about. You gotta understand, when you speak bonds, I know nothing. I don't know what's good. I don't know what's bad, for the most part. I don't know what demand was. So you gotta speak to us like we are normal people, not even Labrador or you know, freaking golden retrievers, for that matter. Just normal people. I know, I need to learn it. I've been saying it for years. I felt ass. As soon as I exit. As soon as I freaking exit. Take it. John, I would called the same thing. It just didn't go when I got in, so I got out immediately. And then when I got out, then it went. We have PLTRW, 5 minute. 20 break. Save, maybe a 5. Five to 4. Let's go. No idea what that means. All right, I'm going to take like a 30-minute break here. Go lay on the couch or something. I'll be back for 2 o'clock for the Boeing stuff. Unless this PLTR wants to go. Okay, I see her DM. That's awesome. But what the hell does 5 to 4 mean? Jeez. Okay, I get it now. This guy. This freaking guy. All right, I'm going to be back 30 minutes, taking a little break here. I'll put the charts on.
with Mosaic Fertilizer for alleged chemical accident prevention violations at St. James, Louisiana facility. That's Michael Oscar Sandy, MOS.
Just missed the 5 minute there.
PTON Peloton, more highs now, $4.42, up 10%.
Kinda.
Papa Tango Oscar November, PTON.
Kinda, yeah. I'm just kind of know it's going to make a move. I just don't know which way. And it seemed cheap enough to try, so we're going to give it a go. At 2 p.m., they released their first findings on the flight, the door incident. Not Boeing, but the whatever. Think Alaska Air? I don't think it's their problem. Unless they did, I mean, Alaska Air, they're not responsible for the maintenance of it, huh? They outsource that, I would assume. I have no idea. Really? Well, we're going to find out. Something's going to move here in about 5 minutes, or sorry, 2 minutes. Shut up, Cheese. I don't want to hear it. Here, look at this chart instead. This is Boeing 1 minute. 1 minute chart with a nice cup and handle. Take some notes. Oh, jeez. Oh, Rev B blowing up the scanners there. Send it to Options Guru. 30 seconds. I don't know if it drops right at 2 p.m. I don't know if there is there an announcement? Like a YouTube. Let me look. Selling strangled. Cat, 7 months. Let's go, bud. What link did you send? Can you pin it? I don't. Oh, 2 p.m.'s here. Which link? I don't see any link. Snowflake. $11.21. Oh. I clicked the wrong one. Literally could have replied to that in DMs, but no, you have to. The docket for this investigation has not been released. Okay. So I have to sit here and refresh this piece of shit because we know this is getting hit with every algo in the book. Yeah, I've got benzene on. There's nothing yet. Because I'm not green on the day, and I don't want to risk much. Evan, this is a riskier play, so we'll see. Especially when the government is freaking late. Dude, Snap is ready to go, isn't it? Jeez. I refuse to believe that Snapchat can put together two positive earnings reports. I see the AEY. Maybe. Still nothing. Market taking a poopy. It's out. Not on the website. So you're telling me that it's out, but it's not on the website. Riddle me that one, Batman. Refresh. Nothing. Did you say it's out because of the volume spike? Bloomberg has it? What about? Doesn't E-Trade have some? Bloomberg TV. Oh, okay, here we go.
A different part of the production system.
Right, we do have another headline from the Spirit Aero CEO now behaving as if we were part of Boeing. Also, that Boeing 737 MAX 9 accident report released by U.S. investigators. So we'll look for some more headlines on that. Having said that, Peter, this 737 MAX program, why are there so many ongoing issues? It's just because it's the dominant program for Boeing right now, or what is it?
I think it does go back all those decades. It's Boeing's attempt to change its entire production system. It really lost control of the production system. This incredibly important part of Boeing that makes the fuselage was no longer part of Boeing. So when you're dealing with a different company, you have an extra layer of overhead. You have an extra layer of management. You have a lot of wrinkles in the process that weren't there before, and as that headline
It's all the way up.
suggests,
Can't go any louder.
if this company were part of Boeing, some of these issues may not have happened. You had a lot of rework happening, arguments over the rework. It created a lot of difficult coordination issues that both companies are still wrestling with.
Peter, does it call into question Boeing suppliers with other relationships as well, and sort of the whole structure of the way that a plane is put together? It's the sum of its parts, and Boeing is doing the ultimate manufacturing, but these parts come from all over the world.
It does, and just referring to another one of those headlines, which is a story by my colleague Julie Johnson, where the machinists are asking for a 40% raise in their
Ticker Boeing BA, no headline. NTSB says Alaska Air Boeing MAX 9 door plug was missing bolts.
The last time this contract was negotiated in 2014.
No shit, Sherlock.
Those workers had to take a 4% increase in pay over essentially a decade. And many studies have shown that the experience of your labor workforce in aerospace directly affects productivity, and there's a strong correlation there. And at Spirit,
I don't know.
especially after the pandemic, they lost a number of workers.
Apparently it's out, but not on the freaking website.
And that's very costly and difficult, and it leads to a lot of work being done out of sequence, which increases the risk of quality problems.
All right, we fixed our technical glitch that we had with our George Ferguson.
It's old
Obviously,
news,
glitches
Talk
are
Jock.
much easier sometimes for us to fix than Boeing. We understand that there are a lot of moving parts and a lot at play. George, of course, Bloomberg Intelligence senior aerospace defense.
How many
analyst
millions?
and
Yeah,
out there
seriously.
at RBI
Bolts were
headquarters in
missing.
Princeton.
Shocker.
You've been listening to the conversation here. You do wonder, and we've talked with you before, George, and I just want to mention NTSB now, a headline says Alaska Air Boeing MAX 9 door plug was missing the bolt. So obviously, we're just going to continue to get some headlines here.
Freaking YouTube research could have told you that one.
This way forward for Boeing. It's so important, obviously that they get it right. But I also think about the importance as being the largest U.S. exporter, right, of the United, how important it is for the U.S. as a country, as a government, that Boeing kind of gets its act together as well.
I think it's critically important. They are our aerospace champion.
Oh my gosh, dude.
In commercial aerospace, commercial aircraft manufacturing. There's lots of countries around the world that want to be in this business as well. The Chinese want to be in the business with Comac. They're working on coming up the curve in the business. The Japanese do a lot of subcontracting to Boeing. I think they have one of their own airplanes they were trying to develop a couple of years ago. They'd like to be in the business. The Brazilians have their aircraft. Everybody knows that it's high value manufacturing. It's good paying jobs. I think it's good for the economy of these countries, build strength in their engineering talent pool. And so I think it's critical that the U.S. maintains a lead in this business. It's a strong source of economic activity.
George, help me understand a little perspective. We're good about doing that here at Bloomberg in terms of context. And I think about my dad, who was an engineer, aerospace, said it's probably safer to get in a plane than it is to get in your car. Having said that, when there's an accident,
Unless that plane is Boeing.
Really, and rightfully so, gets a lot of attention. I mean, how do you think about what's happening with Boeing against kind of the broader plane industry? I mean, how do you kind of put it in its place, if you will?
So, I mean, if you think about sort of the broader manufacturing industry, one of the ways I think about Boeing is that, I think going back to your other speaker too, this is one of those industries where people really, really matter. It's not in the U.S., I think a lot of times we like to build jigs or we use capital equipment, tools that help the worker build a product and help control the quality as we make that product. And that works really well for things like auto manufacturing, where you're putting 400,000 units through a factory in a year. These are not factories that are that high of value.
What'd you say, Googly?
So it's hard to get machine tools, customized machine tools to pay for themselves. And sometimes a lot of the curves and situations you're manufacturing are really hard to get access to, so it's hard for a machine tool there too. Actually, the Spirit CEO talked about that today on the call. So it comes down to having really skilled people on the line that can do the job. And that means you have to build into them. You have to train them. You also have to make sure there's strong supervision of them. And I think before the pandemic, we had enough of the older
SAVE.
Kind
of a nasty drop there.
That maybe we didn't need as much supervision. Maybe we didn't need as much training because they've been there for years and years and years.
All right. Well, that was a nothing burger. Wow. My $20. Point. Midnight to 6. I don't even know what that means. I don't even know. That was freaking boring. Oh my gosh. Midnight to 6. Who says that? Yeah, pack up some items. Maybe a cook and go here. A little pop. Yep. Really slow fill. Thank you, E-turn. A really slow fill. Thank you, E-turn. Mester. Get me in a midnight. Never heard that phrase before. Cavitate. Let's go 8 months, bud. Want some more data, huh, Mester? PLTR is totally on Friday. Oh, just missed it. MULN. She waking up? Hey. Big bar there. Probably comes tumbling down though. is in my yelling box. You can't deny the revenue that they're pulling in. It's impressive. Gonna take what? Seems like she blushed at the idea of more SJ in her life. Who? Talk about the chick we rated yesterday? I'm close to the bunghole, and yes, that 4-letter one did. What about Carvana? That one get close? Calculus, because the news was stuff that was already known. Big announcement, 2 o'clock. By the way, we've known this for about a month. What a freaking joke. You get those new? No, definitely did not get those. Boeing going up. You think? Your record with the meme plays, not the best. Maybe you should stay away from the meme plays. Let the pros handle those. He does hate it. He's talking about shorting it. How many subs? I don't know. Tempt me. See what happens. I feel like I would like it. You know me all too well. If you're not in... I love it, Agent. I love it. Right through it. Missed the 1 minute. I was a little worried about that 75 wall. It's 2 times it's touched it. Oh, there it goes. Oh no. I wanted 79, not 80. Holy volume. If that breaks. Not gonna break first go. Well, it shouldn't break first go. This news that's come out is like stuff we already know about the freaking door. No hits on that 80 yet. It's just everything in between. Yeah, I don't think it goes yet. I think the bid needs to stack before it even attempts to go. DWAC, that was a nice break. Ooh. Okay, bids didn't stack, it just went for it. Don't give me this crap. You rip through all those shares at 80 only to not break high day or even touch it. Okay, suck my dick. I'm out, so it'll go again 2 times in a row. If it goes immediately, this is just rigged against me and it will never win. Where are we at? Is it 400? Oh, okay, we're doing better than I thought. Can I take 2,000 shares? I don't know if there's margin on it or not. Oh, okay. That's how it happens. MSOS, that was a nice curl. Boeing's just going for it. Sorry, Good Banana. Sorry to disappoint. Nah, I'm still red. $300. Macy's and Kohl's. What's up with that? Is there news cheese? I see this Macy's and Kohl's. Love. SVB stings. Okay, it says Vision One Management Partners pushes Kohl's to explore a sale. Okay. My Zynga turn off? Turn off a stream, yes. Not in my ears. That's nice. Okay. Shit. I didn't think it had that in it. Macy's going. Why is this? I mean, straight sympathy. JWN as well. All these department stores, huh? KSS already down. JCPenney. MDVL. It's a big break on MDVL. Over there. No, it's gonna go. Watch it break 80 again. Yep. Shit. Just tap it. Tap it for the one that. No. Tap it for daddy. Oh. Oh. Squeeze. Oh, damn. 52-week high. There it is. Nice little chunk. Little chunker. %31 today. Holy jeez. Nah, not green yet, John. I have half Looney. I sold half of it. the half that I have left is up 1,000. Or damn near it. Keep missing the buy, man. There's a 1 minute cuck and go. I was kind of hoping that 96-week break, but doesn't look like it's gonna go. Oh. Spoke too soon. at $10. Oh, it's gonna go. Oh, that was that. BVL, pull back. My guess, break 22 and then flush. That's my guess. Tesla, yeah. QLYS. Big pop. So They want that 41K. Cute. What is that move? Come on. Totally should be distant. Yeah, that's better. Now 22. 400,000 shares at 22. That shit as soon as I hit the sell button. How many thousand shares? Jeez, damn near 600,000. I don't know. I don't want to dick with this. I think it pops and drops. That's my guess. 86,000 traded today or what? Yeah, traded today. Oh, I mean, just look at all of them. 100K at 21. That many shares, I think it fills and then dumps. Former president of Chile dies in helicopter crash. That's right, Buzz. See if my E-turd breaks when this thing starts taking out parts at 22. Oh, here it comes. Here's the push. Tap 22. You easily have like 1 million shares here. Ooh. See, it goes right back up for a test. Go right back up. Come on. IRS comments? What'd she say? Yeah. That's Iris. Oh. Oh, jeez. There it goes. It broke my freaking screen. What'd I tell you? And now it's coming back down. Broke my charts. I gotta switch off of this thing. This is Apple, supposedly, but it's not. Oh, there's the move on PLTR. This is delayed 30 seconds now? Because of how much freaking volume that was? Oh my gosh. It ripped, it dipped, and now it ripped again. I have to watch it over here on a real chart, you know, a real freaking program. Because eTurd can't keep up. No, Odin, I'm not green. Or like 250 red. It's a small red day. I don't care. That's the way it should feel. I mean, I'm green overall in the day, right? Because I sold the swing account for like $600 and I still got a piece of it in there, right? We're still up $950 on the swing account. So if I pull up my Power E-Trade, it's going to show me I'm green, even though I'm not in the account that matters. TWAC breaking out of that falling wedge. Yes, Guac, it is. See if the volume calmed down enough so I can actually look at this thing. Oh my gosh, there was 4 million shares of volume. Holy wow. Still in the range. The norm is Friday for the... Are you talking about takeover stuff? They do it on Friday? That's a good point. Bitcoin mooning? Dip and rip, PLTR. Thank you, jeez. Congrats, man. I'm gonna take my L and go home. 250 day, Red? 260. I gotta run the post office. I may or may not take a PLTR trade in the swing account. I mean, I can end the stream looking like that. Let's just end like that. That looks good. That looks good. Guys are awesome. Back at it tomorrow. PLTR does look juicy. Freaking A. Probably goes to 23. Damn it. Snap puts. Yeah, I might be back in time for ER on Snap. That could get fun. So we'll be back at it tomorrow. Thank you all for chiming in. Let me tell this chick. My chat are a bunch of liars. It's not my birthday. Okay. See you guys tomorrow. See if she listens.